Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Mbulo. And I think your concern is noted. And I'll just maybe ask you to amplify as to which teams you feel should be called. Remember, we are discussing football matters and clubs that were invited. As per tradition, the last 4 years have been clubs that are actively involved in the running of the game. So you can, after you're done discussing, you can give us names of teams you feel probably have been left out, and we'll pick it up from there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mbulu. Maybe I'll need to remind you, you probably have missed so many general meetings in the past. You need to understand what defines a member and what qualifies one to be a member. And I'll be practical. You've given me, I think you've given the House 2 names. Tushimba Falls Queens as an example, Masamba Hope Rise. Members of the House, do these teams still exist? Thank you so much. So, we'll come to you, no problem. What you use, even when it comes to registration, are active teams for the meeting. I think your concern probably is to do with who's eligible to vote in this general meeting, elective general meeting. And I think if that's the issue, the Electoral College will be determined by the main Faz Secretariat, and maybe when we come to that issue, they'll guide us. I think for us, for this meeting, you can only invite members that are active to come and do checks and balances. You won't even know who to invite, for example, Shimba Falls Queens, because they're not registered. They've not even affiliated. Any institution, for you to be a part, you must pay affiliation fee. Be it nurses, teachers, and everything. When you stop affiliating, you lose your membership. So those teams, so now I'm guiding, those teams that are defunct, those teams that are not affiliated for this current season were not invited because they are no longer members of this association, Northern Province. So when we come to the agenda item for voting, or when it comes to voting, that's a question probably you can ask the custodians of the Electoral College, who are not ourselves, by the way. And for us, it's just administering this meeting, and those that will be conducting the elections will guide us. I think that's how it is. So we can't invite teams that are not there, teams that don't exist. You won't even know who to invite or who to send that invitation to, because they are non-existent. I don't know if it's clear to the House. So we'll save ourselves a lot of time if we choose to be objective and not only look at this meeting as an elective meeting. By precedence, Mr. Mbola, kindly put your hand down. By precedence, I think we've seen how we've handled meetings. There's nothing special to get excited about. let's just run the meeting as it should be. And I think when it comes to elections, everyone will have an issue that will be clarified by the Electoral Committee. I would not probably give you the most satisfactory answer, but for the purposes of this meeting, even yourself, you won't even know who to call from Masamba. So that's the only issue there. So that's why they were not invited. I'm sure clarity has been given. Can you please be helped with the mic? There's a hand there. Yes, sir, at the far end. Kindly stand, state your club, where you're coming from. No, I think if there are protocols, let's observe them. If we're going to use a microphone, let's be consistent. Thank you. Please go ahead. Please go ahead, sir.
Number 14 on the agenda that I seek serious clarification before we do the approval of the agenda, which states election of chairperson and the members of the executive committee. RIS, you know, this is one of the biggest items on the agenda for this meeting. And I'm here to be clarified because I don't know the people that are contesting other than those that are coming from one camp. I don't know if I will elect or I will make my decision to choose who I want to choose by people that are standing amongst themselves without opponent. I believe there are certain positions that were applied for and would-be candidates have not been communicated to. We don't know whether they're on the ballot or not. It is under this background that before we approve this agenda, I seek clarification so that I make a decision basing on who is standing against who, rather than just one person. When I was told to say some of these people applied and no information have been given. Thank you.
Thank you so much. People are speaking passionately today. Hope it continues. I think if we can be allowed again, it's either we accept to have this agenda item there, and when we get to that agenda item, the Electoral Committee will probably be the best to handle it and to guide us, if that's fair enough. Okay, maybe for a follow-up, you can raise your issue, sir.
Thank you, Chair. If this issue can't be addressed now, then we will not go to the next. We will not have this item on the agenda. So if we say maybe that time, if it will be addressed before we even approve the agenda, that is fine with me, because I want to know the people that are standing. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come to you, sir. Mr. Enes, I think your hand has been up a very long time.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and everyone. With me, I still go back to the question that Mr. Donadimbro asked. By the way, I'm Mlenga Ernest, just line as the Youth Academy Secretary. Looking at the agenda and the program that we are having, it is an elective AGM, which is supposed to comprise the teams that were active 2023-2024, and they are active today, they are registered. Now from the local, I've not seen Chitapankwa. Chitapankwa played last year provincial, and this season they are playing national. I feel Chitapankwa is supposed to be in attendance in the sense that we are having the teams that participated in the 2023-2024. Even looking at the attached teams here in the reports, we still have Chitapankwa appearing. I feel they are supposed to be in attendance so that even the electoral college, the time they will say these are the teams that are supposed to vote, Chitapankwa will be given that opportunity. Now, if they are not going to be in attendance, as they have not been called on the list, meaning it will be difficult for this house to start looking for them. My submission.
Thank you. Not a problem. So your submission is on Chitapankwa not being present. Okay. I think RS, we can always manage this. For Chitapankwa, I think we can invite them. If you can, let them come through, and then when that time comes for a determination, we'll handle it. So I just want to humbly make one request to come to you, Mr. Msimbi. I just want to make one humble request. Of course, we would have only proceeded to the other agenda items upon approval of the agenda. This is a request I'm making with all due respect to this council and without taking out anything. Our guest of honor has got a tight schedule. As you know, we've got a funeral in the province, in the country, and she's supposed to be attending to some of those issues. If it can be done, if it can be allowed, I request that maybe we allow her to deliver the speech, and then we can continue with our deliberations, if that's fair enough with everyone. Maybe we can just have at least, yes, sir. If you can just be audible enough, maybe we'll appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chanda Collins from Malole Systemizers. For me, I just want to make a humble request on the agenda. If there's a part where you can include the president to address us, to clarify.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chanda.
It's very short.
Okay.
We have been dragged to a show. So we need to know why we are here, not to vote for the chairperson and the rest. For me, I feel I'm a member of this club. I'm part of the province. I have to make a choice. So I feel I've been dragged to a show. Thank you.
Okay, I hear you, sir, and we'll definitely attend to it. I've made the humble request asking if we can proceed with the guest of honor delivering the speech, and then we'll come back to the agenda items as they are. This is my request. Mr. Msimbi, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Referring to page 17, on item number 14, Chair, I seek your clarity. You said this is just a meeting, and then we'll come to an elective meeting. But during that, the previous meeting, the AGM that we had, it is saying the AGM, which was going to be an elective meeting, was scheduled for the first quarter in 2025, which is this one. And then if you say an elective meeting, you know, in terms of electoral, whatever, then we'll consider such issues later on. May I consider this is an elective AGM? So I seek your clarity when you say, when it comes to elections, then we'll consider the, so I seek your clarity because I understand that this is an elective AGM. I seek your clarity.
Thank you so much. And here is the clarity, Mr. Msimbi. from probably agenda item number 1 to agenda item number 13, that I can ably handle. Agenda item number 14, if it was within my means, I would have put myself back on the ballot. So this is what I'm saying. This is an agenda item that I won't even be the one to manage. So when the electoral committee comes through, TGS, I'm right, sir? The electoral committee comes through, then they are going to handle this agenda item. And I'll be part of the observers or the participants on the other side. So when it comes to elections, imagine if I'm asked a question as to why I'm not even standing myself. Because I'm not managing the electoral process. So this was probably what I was trying to state. Otherwise, when it comes to anything else, we'll come back. My request in this moment is maybe we ask the guest of honor, and all I'm asking is for someone to agree with us that we allow the guest of honor to present, and then we can maybe proceed. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Madam Guest of Honor, Madam Guest of Honor, my apologies. Otherwise, we are grateful for having made time. I'll ask the First President to just invite you for your speech, Madam. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Chimba Arthur from Mungwi Hot Spas. Allowing the guest of honor to present her speech, does it mean that we have approved the agenda?
No.
I believe the speech is part of the agenda.
Correct.
Let's do the right thing. I think let's see if it means us voting that the agenda is approved. We do that and not go by, we try to change or bend in any way. I submit, Chair.
I think I'm okay with that. I explained the circumstances in which I made that request. However, if the House feels we proceed, I cannot bend. It was a request. I explained the circumstances, and we're privileged to have a guest of honor. So if that can, because now we've got two motions on the floor. Either we proceed or we don't proceed. Yes, sir. Okay, there's a seconder there. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Nkuni. Okay.
Good morning, delegates, or should I say good morning, colleagues. I thought we would listen to what the chairperson is trying to say, seeking your indulgence to allow the guest of honor to speak because of the commitments she has. We have a bereavement in the province, and she is the only one remaining at the provincial administration. So there is no way she can be with us all the time here. She has to go and attend to some other issues at provincial administration. Unless you say the meeting now will go on without guest of honor. Let's say that, because she's supposed to leave. So it's a request which is being made to you as delegates here. It's a request. Because you can't hold her at ransom here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Teta Mashimba.
Thank you very much, Chair. To start with, Mr. Nkunika, I think you don't have a right to address us, to start with. And I think we are supposed to do the correct thing. If the guest of honor is busy, or she's busy, someone can stand in for her. Let us do the right thing. We can't bend. Laws are laws. Laws are laws. Let's follow the correct procedure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is a complaint that has been ruled over Chitapankwa. Last year, Pride Stars was playing National League, and we were chased just at the door. Now, I don't know how special is Chitapankwa and which rule are we using. Amended Constitution, Article number 10, when you read the C, and we go back to our regional regulations, on which basis have you allowed them to be in this? The same scenario happened to Pride Stars, who are not given this chance. How special is Chitapankwa? I submit.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Brian Mwamba are my names. Maramit Sport Youth Academy President. And I also have a concern, which is on 14, which is saying elections of chairperson and members of the executive committee. As a province, I stand to ask the so-called electoral process. How would you impose a chairperson on people who are supposed to vote? We need to know that as a province. You don't impose someone on people. If you want us to stop playing football, we will stop. Can you fire?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelvin Chirufya, General Secretary for Chwombo FC. I'm referring my submission to 14.0, which has been talked about a lot. Chairman, I think if we are not clear on this one, the agenda will not be approved, because it is among of the agenda. So if there is someone who can guide us on that one, I think you are referring to the Electoral Committee. They were supposed to be with you there, but they respond to our submissions. So I think I submit, Chairman.
we won't select who to speak, and let's not create that impression. So as long as you've got a point, you will be given an opportunity. You will speak and we will be here to make sure together we approve this agenda or we refuse to approve it. So please, let's just have some order together so that we can move. Thank you. Mr. Sokolo, so from Mr. Sokolo, we can have Mr. Mbalazi, and then we'll have reactions after that.
Sokolo Kelly is from Movers Queens Academy. I need guidance, Chair. We are debating on an item which is not seconded on the agenda. So we need guidance so that we can move in a right manner. My submission, Chair.
Which item exactly, specifically?
14.0.
So we're trying to agree here. My understanding is we're trying to agree whether or not it should be on the agenda and probably the conditions or terms on which it should be on the agenda. That's my understanding. So there's a reaction that it should not be on the agenda. There's also a concern that people need clarity on this. And so for agenda item 14, the Deputy General Secretary, we've requested that he calls the chairman of the Electoral Committee. Like I said, I cannot obviously respond. So he's going to, we will need to wait for him and we only attend to it after he gives clarity. So the Electoral Committee Chairperson is being invited by the Deputy General Secretary, and he will come and answer questions regarding the elections. I'm sure that's okay. Oh, yes, we'll come to you, Mr. Mumba, sorry.
Hello.
Mr. Mwelwa's comments.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, oh, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Sometimes we need to be genuine. I'll start with my brother over there, who mentioned to say candidates only from the other camp are aware that they are on the ballot. Is that a true reflection? It's all lies. Even the other camp are campaigning. Why are they campaigning if they don't know that they're on the ballot? Let us be genuine. The next one, RS, you submitted the agenda items 2 weeks plus ago as per procedure. That gives us time to react through writing. Where are the written documents to substantiate what our colleagues are bringing here? We want to sabotage the system here. Let us be genuine. I submit.
So just guidance, Mr. Balance. An agenda can only be approved in a meeting after you convene. That's when you can even agree not to convene. So just moving forward, just bear that in mind. So, and there's no problem. All you need to do is to agree that we go with this agenda as circulated, but can be amended. And that's why we're getting reactions, and we need to address them. Yes, Mr. Mwen.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Donald Moilwa, coming from Teta Football Club and aspirant in the position of a provincial youth representative. I want to draw your attention, Chair, on the manner that the items have been ordered on the agenda. We have a standard agenda according to the regional regulations, Article 14, and there are mandatory items that must be discussed. And we are all aware that among the mandatory tasks that has to be discussed in this AGM, has communicated in the last year's AGM, is an election. I don't see a reason as to why we can start debating on a matter that was already communicated to. Secondly, my submission is on the order of the items with specific item number, the way item number 11.0, 12.0, and 14.0 have been ordered. in our regional regulations, Article 11.0, which reads dismissal of a person or body, is not appearing, as well as Article 12.0, admission of membership, is not appearing on the mandatory agenda according to Article 14.0. My understanding is that we can refer, since it is not appearing in the regional regulations, we can refer this to the Faz Constitution because we have no answer from our own regional regulations. We look at the Faz Constitution, which is Article 28. Thank you so much. Just a minute. I'm referring to Article 28, the order of which comes first between an election, admission, and exclusion. Article 28 of the Faz Constitution.
Okay, so let's start with the regional regulations. You stated the second article.
Thank you. Just a minute. So we are looking at the agenda that is provided for in our regional regulation, which is standard. And on that, Chair, there is no aspect of admission and exclusion. On our agenda, it's there. My emphasis is on the order of events, which comes first and which comes second. On that agenda of the regional regulation, it isn't there. The order for admission and exclusion is not there. So meaning,
let's go article by article. You made reference to Article 28 of the Faz Constitution.
Article 28.
And which other one?
So Article 28P and Article 28S. So on
okay, that's on the Faz Constitution.
yes, what?
And then the regional regulations, which one are you making reference to?
Where there is the standard agenda. Let me look at it. There is a standard agenda for this gathering.
Agenda item number, Article 20.
Yes, Article 20.
Okay, so what's the issue there?
So the issue there, Chair, if you look at our agenda that we are having, there is no issue of dismissal of a person or body and admission of membership. But this can be provided for. My understanding is the order.
Let me guide you, sir. Using your own article, which you brought out.
My phone.
22, is it? And I'll read it for you. The AGM agenda shall include the following mandatory items. Isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
So you can proceed and read what it says in this particular order.
There is no order that is mentioned, but
So what's your point of order?
my point of order is in how those have been arranged, because there is no order, and in the Faz Constitution, Article 28P.
Go ahead on the so. You're saying there's no order. But
Yes.
particular order.
There is no order there, but in the Faz Constitution, the order is there. So my thinking is, once we don't find solutions in the regional regulations, we can refer to the Faz Constitution.
So let's make reference to the main Faz Constitution. Is it Article 28?
Yes.
Article 28 what?
28P, item P, which is election of the president, vice president, and exco members, comes first before admission and exclusion.
I'm very happy that people are now reading the Constitution. So, Article 28 2, Mr. Mweba, kindly stand and read for us. Article 28 2.
Thank you so much. So this is the Football Association of Zambia Constitution, Article 28.2, which reads, the AGM agenda shall include the following mandatory items.
Okay. So, I want you to read why it gives you that order.
Thank you so much. I think the way this...
I just want you to read, because if you start explaining, you'll be giving your opinion and the point of view, and this one will come. You made reference to the Constitution, it has guided you what should be there. So now, what is missing? So I think include it.
Thank you so much.
Items only state what is missing. Sorry.
Thank you so much. My point of contention is not what is missing.
No, your point of contention is that we should follow the Constitution.
Yes.
And then you made reference to Article 28 2.
Article 28, Article 28 2P, which is Article 28 2P, where an election should come first before admission and ratification.
This is what I'm saying, Mr. Mayor. It is good we are reading, and it's appreciated. Your point is not supported by the Constitution. What you can just state is that, and that's why I even guided Mr. Mbalas, that this is why we've got an agenda presented, and people can even change it out, put it in whichever order they want. There's nowhere where it's written that this shall be the order. True or false, Mr. Mayor?
No, Chairman. Why?
No, sorry. Is there anywhere where it's written that this should be the order? True or false?
There is an order that has been provided for in the Faz Constitution.
But is it written that this shall be the order? I'll make reference to a document you probably haven't even read it, so go and look for the notice from the main Faz Secretariat and see if they follow this same order you want to make reference to. And you can't quote them because the order is not stated there, sir. So that's just for your guidance. You can take it like that. If there's another issue you want to bring, you can please move it forward. Otherwise, here, guidance as you've read yourself. It only says what should be there. If there's something missing, we can include it.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. It is clear, you've indicated that there is no order that has to be followed when you're arranging items on the agenda. So my proposal is that this agenda be relooked at and items be rearranged. Election comes first before ratification and admission. I submit.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lenga Walia Michael, Secretary General for Montali Queens. I second Mr. Mwelwa's proposal. That's my first item on the submission. Then secondly, I would like...
Just so you've seconded that we change. So what are you seconding to?
The ratification should come after the elections.
Okay. So we can go to our agenda item, to our agenda. So there's a proposal that agenda item number 14.0 should come after 10.0. So it should be before admission and ratification. Okay, so we've got that agenda item there. So for now, I think anything to do with that agenda item 14.0, we'll wait for the Electoral Committee to come. I know what you're trying to get at is that you simply do not want the new teams to vote. That is the honest statement to say. Mr. Mwelwa is saying the new teams should not be allowed to vote. That's the only issue. And this is why I'm saying, when it comes to agenda item 14 point, let's have order, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, so for agenda item 14.0, we'll address it when the chairman of the Electoral Committee comes through, and we'll proceed anything to do with this agenda item. I think I've said that, and I'm sure it's clear. There's a hand behind. You will come to you. I think your issue is the same issue.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh,
Two items.
Please.
And I mentioned one.
Okay.
Thank you. The second one, I would like to react to my brother, Mr. Kamona.
No.
The reason why...
No. Actually, on that one, even before you react, we'll guide you. I think there's already guidance. So that issue has been guided. There's a counter. If there's anything that we need clarity, we'll come to that.
All right.
I know it's an issue to do with Chitapankwa, Pride, Chitapankwa, and then we'll have the whole day. We can give opportunities to others that want to to speak with regards to this agenda before us. Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chebo Chanda, Vice President for Springs of Hope. I think we are going to take a lot of time arguing on unnecessary issues.
No, all issues are necessary, Mr. Chair. But please share your point.
Sure. The major, no, I want to withdraw, sir, sorry. Yeah, so the most important thing is we need to go, we need to be straight. Are we going to go on with this meeting or not? Number one, the issue that was raised is the issue to do with Mr. Mumba. Mr. Mumba said he wanted a clarity because, like, currently they, in short, they don't know according to him, he said he don't know the candidates, the aspiring candidates. And the reaction to Mr. Chikonde was right in some ways, but not complete. In that, in the EXCO, we have a chairman, vice chairman, youth representative, women representative, and a committee member. It is true that a vice chairman has put through an opposed, who is Mr. Chikonde Mbalazi. And the vice chair, we don't know who the candidates are. So we don't know why we should add this. We don't know why we should add this agenda item, especially that the candidates, all the candidates are not known. Who are we going to vote for? So I feel this agenda item should be removed, or rather I propose that if it is to take place, maybe we don't include the vice chairmanship in the voting.
Okay, I think we've received some, thank you, Mr. Chair. We've received some information, and I'll hand over to the Deputy General Secretary who will guide us on the issue of agenda item 14.
Mr. Chairman, President, I think I'll just, for purposes of bringing everybody to the same page, I will just announce the names of the candidates. As you know, the candidates filed nominations. These nominations went through the Governance and Review Committee. After that, those who were dissatisfied went to the Appeals Committee. After that, those who were dissatisfied went to the Faz Tribunal. This process has been going on until probably in the last 24 hours. So it may have been a bit difficult to announce, because then you will announce again and again and again. But I will tell you the names of those that, as we sit here, are candidates. Is that okay? If someone wants to?
Thank you so much, Chair. To respond to your question, I think you posed a question to say, can you go ahead and announce the successful candidates? I don't know if you're talking about on the position of the Vice Chairperson in the province, because I'm one of the contestants. I want to indicate to you, sir, that I'm against you announcing on the actual day where councillors must vote. I disagree.
Thank you so much. I feel it is against the Electoral Code. Article number 10, 2020. Number 1 says the official list of candidates for the executive shall be sent to the members at least 21 days before the elective council. So give us 21 days, yes, to know our candidates.
Okay. Mr. Mupese, yes.
Thank you very much. I'll ask if the DJS hasn't finished addressing us, and he hasn't said this is the person who's contesting on the position of the vice president or the vice chairperson or what. Let him finish what he has, then we react. No. How do you know that you are appearing? If you have the others who are campaigning, we have seen we are saying you don't know the candidates. We have seen there's a women coordinator, Madam Beauty there, she's contesting. Mr. Kamona is a candidate. Now, which candidate are you saying they are not? We don't know the candidates. Let us be.
No. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I think.
Hello. No, let him finish addressing us. We are saying want to be addressed by the Electoral College. You address us, then we'll make reaction.
Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Mr. Mpesen, I think the reaction by the members is because the DGS asked, he posed the question whether or not he should proceed with announcing, isn't it? And that's how come there is that reaction. No, I'm correcting your reaction. So that's why those reacted. Mr. Mpande.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman and the President. I think, Councillor, let us follow procedure. We are not supposed to bring cheap politics here. These are cheap politics. You people here in Northern Province, you have come here, you know what you have come for. Second, if there is a motion, someone second, if there is a counter proposal, we go for election. I think these things, if someone, this one, if you propose, this one second, then there is a counter proposal, and a seconder, we are supposed to go for election so that we can follow the procedure. These items, we are many here. Because we have two groups here, we have two camps here. If one camp lose, the item goes. If the other camp lose, the item goes. Thank you, I submit.
Okay, so we allow the DGS to say what he wanted to say, and I'm sure it's on the issue of the vice chairperson position. After he speaks, we shall deliberate as much as we want, but let's allow him to just give his ruling, his information.
Thank you very much. I thought I had been introduced well enough, but I will repeat. My name is John Msmuko, Deputy General Secretary for the Football Association of Zambia. You saw me walking out and in. I was trying to get permission from the chair of the Electoral Committee to be able to share the names of candidates. But I think the position that everybody is interested in, or most of the people at least, is that of vice chair. The decision of the Electoral Committee was that elections for this particular position will not take place today. It's the same thing as in Northwestern Province where we had 2 positions. We held elections like we are going to have today, but those 2 positions that were not contested by anyone were not held. The reason is simple, that the time was very tight. We needed to be fair to the candidates, to campaign, and also in the event there was a problem with their nominations, to have adequate time to be able to appeal to the various bodies until they exhaust the process. For that reason, that election of vice chair here in Northern Province will not take place today. It will take place afterwards. A date for that election will be announced. I know the next question is that people were, did make applications. In other words, nominations were filed. I think that the Electoral Commission chair will be able to explain what will happen afterwards when he comes on item number 14.0. I hope I've made myself clear, Chair.
Mr. Kamwana.
Okay, thank you so much. I've got just 2 questions on the decision that was made to the people of Northwestern. I wanted to find out that decision, was it made using the Constitution, or maybe it was made just by thinking of the committee? Then the second question is, if we will not have that position, are we proceeding with the presidential election at national level? 2 questions. Thank you.
Chair, with these questions, the right person to answer these questions is the chairperson of the Electoral Committee. The reason, and he will come, because if any of us, let's say the president or myself, answered those questions, it is completely different. The chairperson of the Electoral Committee is ready to address those questions. We even cite the law that was used to arrive at these decisions. Or if you asked any other question, he can guide accordingly. That's what I would say, Chair.
I think we might need to have the chairman in here, because I also have questions I would love to ask him. And this is why I said item 14, maybe you assured me, DGS, that you're going to invite him here, and he's welcome. If he's not here, we'll continue going on and on. Because I also wouldn't want to preempt anything, but if he can come through, let him come through. If he's not coming through, we'll agree maybe on how to proceed further.
I did, Chair, I did ask the chair to come. He is still a distance away from here. He's not able to be here right now because, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. The reason why he's not here yet is because he knows that his item is coming later. So he's scheduling, I mean, everywhere else where we've been, the elections come as the last item. We are coming from Luapula right now. So if he knew that he was going to be needed on the first item, he was going to be here, definitely. I thought I needed to make that clear, sir.
Okay, we can start with Mr. Mbulo.
Can we have order, sir, please?
Been pointed at.
Chair, am I protected? I thought I was on the floor of the House.
Just a moment, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Momba. Mr. Momba, sorry, you can just take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen. Colleagues, I think we need to have order. When there's disorder, excuse me, can I please be excused? When there is disorder, it's my responsibility to correct it. I think we're administrators. And if we say the person who's going to be on the floor is this person, I think when we say this is the person who's going to be on the floor, let's respect them. There's no need of standing up and raising voices. After this meeting, you go out and you continue being friends. This is just football. No one should try to be a hero in here. We've got relationships to protect and a life to lead. So, colleagues, let's just have order. If there's any disorder, I'll manage it. If we continue, I don't want to ask anyone to leave. I want everyone to participate to the end. So I think you need to just, at least let's respect the rules of this house. So from Mr. Mbulo, you speak, and then Mr. Mumba will hear your concern, sir. Yes, Mr. Mbulo.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I want to appreciate your wisdom and the wisdom of the DGS. Some of us respect procedure. That's the reason why you had us bring that submission. Because if we fail to follow procedure, then we are not different from animals. That's why we set our own rules. DGS, thank you so much for your submission. Chair, for once I want to agree with you. You have guided. 14.0 cannot be handled by that committee. It is not a competent committee to handle that matter. A competent committee is CAMI, which has jurisdiction over that matter. So we keep on going left, going right. We are being unprofessional. And we have the first president, a high table. Let's respect leaders. Let's not bring cheap politics here. Talk. Chair has guided. We've got a life outside these premises. The high table will go to Lusaka. Who remains as Northern Province? Let's keep that spirit of unity. Chair, my standing before you is that I am standing representing Luansa Football Club to propose that the agenda item be approved with amendments of moving 14.0. Just after 10.0, I submit.
What's your justification for moving the agenda item 14.0?
It was proposed. It was proposed and seconded, okay, and that item moved. Okay. So my proposal now, Chair, is that can we go ahead and approve the agenda? I propose, Chair.
Okay, so what's the justification? I think we've had so many issues that have come on the floor, and now we need to make progress. I think we need to make progress. So if you're going to bring an item like you've brought it, please, let's have justification, because now it's like we'll all just be talking and won't make progress. So when anything comes up, there was no justification, by the way, to the item you are making reference to, because you failed to justify in terms of order. There was no justification. The Constitution says these items should be there, and they are there. He read that there's no comment or guidance on the order, and the Constitution has guided. So on that one, if we can have proper justification, we'll look at it. Mr. Mumba. After Mr. Mumba, we'll have Mr. Chand. I think those are the hands I've seen.
Thank you, Chair. The item we are discussing, the submission was raised by me. That is number 14.0. People have debated on it, and I felt I should also add a voice, being the proposer of the submission. The DGSG has guided, but from his guidance, with all due respect, sir, we are trying to follow protocol by inquiring from the chairperson of which you did. I still feel approving the agenda or moving this item to anywhere where someone is feels it will best fit, and then we approve the agenda. It means we are agreeing to say we can go ahead with the meeting. My understanding is that not only the position of the chairperson, of the vice chairperson, is an issue on this item, number 14.0. From the initial results we were given by Faz or by Ethics Committee, I don't know if it's an Electoral Committee, was that for Northern Province, the chairperson went unopposed. The vice chairperson went unopposed. That was then Mr. Lakson Daka. The youth representative for Northern Province, we had two people by the names of, we had one person by the names of Deriki Chimpansha, Mpakamisha. On women representative, we had the name of Beauty Namwawa going unopposed. We just started learning from the media afterwards to say we were going to have these positions after being declared going through unopposed, and then we started hearing the other people start campaigning, and these people, the people I mentioned to say were declared going through unopposed, I believe they had received letters to that regard as successful candidates on this position. Today, I'm learning from this house through the DGS to say only the position of the vice chairperson will not have the, but these other positions with people who went unopposed, but again, we had no official communication to it to say, just like the other platform was used to communicate in the area place. So I stand to be corrected. There are issues regarding this one. So if the chairperson of the committee, the electoral committee, is not here to clarify, I still feel this agenda item to be removed, and then we go ahead with the meeting without this one, and we can still have this one when we'll be having, as proposed by the DGSG, the later date, not today. I submit. Thank you.
Okay, I think while Mr. Mumba was on the floor, I did state who was going to speak next. So Mr. Chanda will get your views, and then we can move to, sorry, I can't see the hand.
Thank you so much. I'm just here to second, because whatever we are discussing is coming from item number 4.0, approval of the agenda. So from my feeling, we are saying we cannot proceed with the agenda not until this item is addressed. And I second whatever Mr. Mumba is saying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think let's do this, gentlemen. There's obviously a proposer and a seconder. Is there any counter proposer? We can start with Mr. Ernest here.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are looking, we also have to be mindful of time because we have crowds that have come from far places. I feel, Chair, we will just waste time talking about these cheap politics. The same information that we are talking about of the people that went unopposed.
Are you going to second or to counter react so that we know? That's the only way we'll make progress.
It's a counter reaction, then I'm making a none. Yes. The reason why I'm saying so, we had also President Andrew Kamanga went unopposed. After the appeal, we have seen Adrian Kashara, the president, is there. Why is he there? It's because he was communicated. I'm sure all the information we are getting from the media, Faz was going on what? Media, announcing the success candidates, those that appealed. And those that applied were sent the emails informing them on the outcome. Why would you say I didn't get the information when you didn't apply? So for me, I feel we are going to waste time talking on those things. We know that the presidents now, they're about 5. How do we know that they are 5? It's because they were communicated to, and the first went ahead and announced the people that were successful. Why would we wait? We still have even the list. It is there always. When you go number 70, it is showing that David Dimbro Ozi is there. Mr. Kamona is there, in which he was not there at first, but why is he appearing on the list on those that are circulating on the media? Why can't we just be honest and say, if the electoral chairman is not here, we wait for him 15 hours. Then if we are going to be successful with the agenda, we approve and start again with the same meeting and end at 21 hours and see the way forward, instead of wasting time. If it cannot be approved for now, let's just wait for the chairperson, since the one who's going to make the final decision. We wait for the chairperson. For now, we can sit and relax. My submission.
Sorry, before you sit, so in summary, there is a proposal that we do away with agenda item 14.0. Your counter reaction is that we proceed with 14.0.
Yes.
Okay, so can we have a seconder to that counter reaction? Mr. Nsokol.
I second, Chair, to that.
Thank you. So we've got a proposal and a counter. I think let's just take this issue to a vote. It will need to be assisted, obviously, by those that will be able to count, and then maybe we can make progress like that. No. So we need to know whether we proceed with this agenda or we don't. I think because this is the only issue that's keeping us here for long. And now that's the disorder I was talking about, Mr. That's the disorder. But Mr. Nsokolo has seconded.
No. Mr. Nsokolo has seconded the counter proposal.
So meaning we've got a proposal. Mr. Mbulo, kindly sit. That's a disorder we are talking about. These issues to do with elections has got two feelings. There's one that's saying, let's remove this, we shouldn't have elections at all. And then there's another who's saying, let's proceed. I think that's the status here. So how do you would want me to impose, or you would want us to just go with your feeling? I think we appreciate your smartness, sir, but I think let's just have some order. When you've got a point, we'll guide you.
Chair, allow me to make a comment. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm failing to understand why we keep going round in circles. I think the agenda as circulated provides for the elections. The question as to who is standing, who is not, the process started when nominations were opened. Screening was done, eligible candidates were notified. At the first stage, some people went unopposed, including myself, because I'm still a candidate. But within the electoral process, there is provision for
appeals. People appealed. I'm happy. We have in our midst some presidential candidates whose appeals went through at the second stage. In fact, from my recollection, I could be wrong, in the first round for the position of chairman in the province, I think both didn't go through. Was that? Both didn't go through at the first round, and both appealed. One went through, the other one went to the next stage. So you can see that the electoral process allows for the due process. However, to come to this meeting this morning and pretend that we don't know who's standing, who is standing, I think it's actually quite unfair, and it may be a point which we don't need to belabor. Candidates have all been communicated to individually by the relevant appellant bodies. So, it is very clear from what is obtaining here that there's just an attempt to stop the electoral process. If that is the case, then whoever is supposed to represent the province at the elections next week will not be part and parcel of that process. That is a decision you have to take. However, you have to be mindful that the Constitution still needs to be followed. And this is why the guidance has to be given by the Electoral Committee. When they got to a point, and I'm not speaking on their behalf, I'm just speaking generally, when they got to a point where for certain positions there were no candidates, it implied that the nominations had to be reopened. And when you reopen the nomination, by the same process, you have to go through the governance, people have to appeal, it has to be done right up to the end. And that may not fit into this program. And that is why, even in Northwestern Province, there was a similar case where one position, or two positions, were not voted for, and they will have to go through a by-election, for lack of a better term. So even in this case, the position that may not be available will have to go through the same by-election and follow the same process. Nominations will be called, appeals will go through all the way. So this is a process which cannot happen tonight or today. And in fact, I saw some decisions from the arbitration which were only passed yesterday. So we need to be very, very clear. The guidance is simple. Electoral rules have to be followed. We may be sentimental about what we are looking for, but I'm just giving you a clear guidance on what needs to be happening. If the nominations will be reopened, then the communication will be sent out. For those that have gone through the appellant process up to this point, there is no reason why the process cannot go ahead. If one feels that they still need to get to the next appeal process, it's their right to still challenge that, and that decision could still be reversed. That is the point that I'm making. Thank you.
I think, Mr. President, you've started talking about things that you probably shouldn't have in the first place. The issue at hand is not about the appeal, and I want to keep my respect. The issue is on the list of candidates that has not been announced. And what people, and this is why I said I don't want to comment on this. Yeah, but I think there's a question. What constitutional provision has been used to have by-elections? Are they provided for in the Constitution? Quote the Constitution, and then we proceed. Otherwise, the issues to do with the appeal, don't create an impression, Mr. Andrew Kamanga, that probably I'm interested in going forward with chairmanship. Don't talk about the arbitration tribunal or their decision. I think it's unfair and it's not right, sir. So it's either you continue with us in the meeting or you shouldn't mislead us and move out. Okay. Okay, Mr. Mbulo. No. Okay, so because Mr. Mbalazi. Okay, Mr.
All of us, let's behave ourselves.
Okay. Okay, so when Mr. Kamanga was speaking and talking about the appeal process, you know what he was talking about. I'm not interested in all this, but I think you should also have some respect, sir. You're an administrator. This is a meeting. This is a meeting. I was very honest from the word go. I was very honest from the word go. Mr. Msimbi. And this is why I've been real. I've said agenda item 14 would be best addressed by the Electoral Committee. I think I've been consistent because I also have issues I would love to raise. And this is what I've said, isn't it? I said this from the word go. And because if I declare interest, even the next person here is affected. Okay. So we've got 3 people dictating the meeting now. There's no problem with bringing out issues. And my first declaration of interest is that I'm not even interested in contesting or recontesting. I'm gone. But remember, I'm human. And that I can't have the person next to me start to indirectly attack me. It's unfair. So this is why I'm saying, in the first place, I respected him by giving him the microphone. And if I want to go personal, I would have gone worse than what I've already gone through a lot, I think. This is why I'm saying, for the elections, it's either we proceed with the elections. Okay. Order, gentlemen. In this moment, I think, as requested, I'll hand over the chairmanship to Mr. Lakson Daka, the vice chair, and then I'll chip in when there is need.
Chairman, if anything, there is no need. If anything, you are just responding to a situation. It required your response, and you gave a response. This meeting of this nature is supposed to be chaired by a chairperson of a province. And as far as we are concerned, Mr. Mwansaka Pyanga is still a chairperson until after elections. So he shall proceed to chair this meeting. I thank you. We'll still come in where we're speaking. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Item 4.0, we have 2 divergent proposals. Item 14.0, we have got 2 divergent proposals. Therefore, I think to be fair on everyone, we can take it to a vote. That's all. We can take it to a vote, then we proceed.
Gentlemen and ladies, are we taking the item 14.0 to a vote, or we wait for the Electoral Committee chairperson to come and handle it? Once I make a ruling, I think I'll humbly request that we respect it. So wait for the Electoral Committee chairperson to come and guide on this agenda item so that we can either come and choose to proceed with elections or not at that point. Thank you so much. Anything else? Can we please have a proposer for the agenda so that we can proceed? The request is a proposal for the agenda. Mr. Mbulo, you're doing the right thing in the wrong way. You raise your hand and we will respect you. Regardless of what emotions or prejudice you have, I'll still point at you. And I'll point at you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. These are politics. These are politics. We still remain brothers. I propose that we adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Can we have a seconder? Mr. Mumba. You see, this is a problem we'll have. If I point at Mr. David Dimbulo, there's no problem. If I point at any other person, there's a problem. And this is why we've wasted our time so far. Let him speak, and then we'll guide. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. My task now is simple. I'm standing to second the going forward with the meeting without item number 14 on the table.
That's a counter proposal. Maybe, sorry, madam, I would love to see the hands as they come. Now we have a counter proposal, but can I just make a request? Can I make a request? I think you will now be very unfair on all of us in front, especially myself, if I make a ruling on agenda item 14.0. I'm asking if we can proceed with it, and when we come to it at some point, we can now choose, depending on how people feel, the people who will be handling it will decide. Is it okay we proceed, we handle other business? In fact, it will do us more good, because even at that point, you can still make a decision. The agenda item is there, yes, but it has not said elections will proceed or will not proceed. So can we just proceed with a seconder that we continue with the agenda as presented? Yes, sir, Mr. Mbulo. Yes, okay, now these are reactions we are getting. So I've made a humble request that we have a second to proceed with the agenda as presented. Mr. Kamwana.
Thank you so much, Chair. That is just verbally. You have agreed verbally that we have removed it. Anyone who is going to come after and follow the agenda, it means that we have approved it. The simple way and direct way is we cancel it, then we approve it, then we proceed. I submit.
Okay, can we have it maybe with an amendment? Let's put some story in front of it so that we have it, and then the person who come and handle it will find that story and will go with it. Can we agree to have agenda item 14 on the agenda, be included on the agenda with an explanation or a story, so that we just proceed with this meeting? Yes, Mr. Donald. Then we'll come to Mr. Mleng.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I wish to second Mr. David Zimbulo's submission that we proceed with the meeting. With Article 14 in there. By other observation, I've been raising up my hand for a long time. The point that I want to put across is, I think this meeting is a learning point. I propose and submit that once we have an elective AGM, let us only have one item on the agenda. In the other matters other formalities can be discussed in the extraordinary general meeting to avoid this chaos that we are seeing. Why do I submit so?
Okay,
Because
so
this
thank
meeting...
you, Mr. Donald, you now invite more reactions. You're okay to agree that to second. What do we include? We said we have to include maybe something in front of this agenda item. We agreed to have it there with a clear instruction. Now, what's that instruction? Maybe we can have others to react. We respect your secondment, and it's noted.
Thank you so much, Chair. Though I wanted this to be heard because of the chaos that we've created here.
Sorry, Mr. Mwelo. You create more. You're just inviting reactions. Those are things that, in the acceptance speech of the chairperson, he can just come and obviously state those things to say, going forward, I think looking at what we experienced, this is how we should handle these things. That's a valid point.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I second that we proceed with the meeting. I submit.
You wanted to say something, Mr. Kamon? We're okay. So we can proceed, RS.
Looking at the agenda item, we go to scrutineers and the financial reports. So how are they going to be brought? There's still hands, but Chair has guided we proceed. We proceed, please. Because if you adopt the agenda the way it is, it means you won't have people checking what you want to vote. Guidance has been given. Chair, I request your intervention here.
Yes. All right. Okay, so we move to agenda item 5.0. Yes, Mr. Kamon.
You said we'll proceed with a statement. We have not written any statement on this item.
That's why I requested to say if there was any statement, it has to come from the floor. I don't want to be the one to state it there. So we proceed like this, or if there is a state, we've agreed to adopt the agenda as it is. Isn't it? Yes. So what's any statement you would want to add there? Yes, Mr. Kalima, then Mr. Chilufi. Oh.
Chair, I don't know if I didn't hear you properly. We have proposed to go ahead with the agenda minus 14.0. That's what we have said in this meeting. We are not going to accept to go ahead with the meeting plus with item 14.0. What we have proposed here is that the meeting can go on minus 14.0, meaning we have to delete it and exclude it. Not until the chairperson comes and iron out issues relating to this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kalima. We'll react to you. I think there's a hand, there's someone I pointed at. Mr. Chulufia, and then Pastor Sinkal.
Thank you so much. Here. I think we have contradicted ourselves a lot here. I heard that we will adopt the agenda while we are waiting for the chairman to come and clarity on 14.0. I'll be a little bit behind if you say we go on with the agenda, including the 14.0. I think, Chair, we need more clarity on this one. Okay. If not, we are not going to proceed.
Okay, so for can we say election of chairperson and members of the executive committee upon clarification from the electoral committee chairperson? Mr. Msimbi.
Yes, I'm representing Goli, those who don't know me. Actually, I am for the idea that we go on with the agenda, and then when we reach 14.0, the chair elections will guide us.
Are we finally aligned? So we adopt the agenda with that amendment. So can we proceed to agenda item 5.0? Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're charged up. Once more, welcome to this meeting. Welcome to this meeting. Yeah, we're always happy to have people around to discuss football issues. Before I get into my speech, maybe I would love to appreciate my address. I would love to appreciate and recognize the presence of the Provincial Sports Coordinator and just ask him to say a few words. Just a few words. I also ask Mr. Daka because it's definitely his last meeting with us as Vice Chairperson. So just ask him to also just say his formal goodbye, and then I'll come with my address. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I truly appreciate the chairperson's humble request that I should say a few words. But I beg not to say anything lest I'm misunderstood. I'm an ex-official, I'm a government official, and already I've been told that I'm not supposed to address you people here. Yeah, so I beg not to say anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nkunika. We forever remain indebted to your help throughout 4 years with you. I'll ask Mr. Daka to, and I respect your decision, sir. I'll ask our Vice Chairman, Mr. Lakson Daka, to just share a few words. We've come for a meeting, so it's sad when we start having camps, you know. We are having a meeting, others are walking out. You end up fighting over nothing. These positions, there's no gratuity. I'm leaving today probably having spent more than I gained from football. So let's just respect the process, let it come to a respectful end. And we'll continue with football. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our ride on the protocol is already observed. First and foremost, I think it's just to say thank you to you councillors for having entrusted me to be part of this executive from 2021 up to date. I will remain highly indebted for the support that was given to me. Secondly, is just to say thank you to Chair Kapianga for the good relationship we created from 2021 up to 2025 in the manner that we led this province. I also like to say thank you to my other members of the executive. One of them here is Madam Beauty Namwawa, a very hardworking lady. Equally, I extend my thanks to Mr. Chishimba for having stayed with us up to date. One thing that worries me, football administrators, is I'm wondering how we got to this point. Football is supposed to unite us. Football is not supposed to, we're not supposed to create enmity. If we talk football, we forget about tribes, we forget about regions, we forget about our political affiliations, but we simply talk football. That's what we are supposed to talk about. But unfortunately, we have allowed ourselves to move into cheap politics. Politics of mudslinging, politics of character assassination, which is not supposed to be the case. We are even seeing people, unfortunately, for lack of a better word, buying voters, gentlemen. Let's be above board. Let's be above board. Let's respect each other's persona. We are not supposed to go personal when we deal with football matters. As Chair Kapianga has said, we are supposed to create friendship. From here, from 2021, since I became vice chair, I've created friends. I believe so. And I don't intend to create enemies. This is life, ladies and gentlemen. From today, we'll still meet out there. We'll need each other. We'll still need each other. Therefore, let's maintain good, friendly relations and forget about creating enmity. I think I've spoken enough. Lastly, but not the least, is just to urge you members to make sure that we put leaders that will carry on from where we have left. Leaders that will not destroy what has already been created. We have created the foundation, we have created the template. People can simply come and build on it. Otherwise, with those few remarks, it's just to wish all those standing all the best, and may the good Lord be with us. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. It's sad that we do not have a guest of honor, but we are grateful to government for having always given us someone to represent the government whenever we had these meetings. The Provincial Sports Development Coordinator under the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, Mr. John Nkunika. National Sports Council of Zambia representative present. I think Mr. Brian Mungala should be somewhere. Faz Life member, Mr. Lennox Xavier Chansa. Thank you so much, sir. He stepped out. Thank you so much for being with us and for guiding us when we got upon that guidance. Mr. Lakson Daka, my Vice Chairperson, beloved Vice Chairperson. Thank you so much. Madam Beauty Namwawa, thank you so much for the support. Very hardworking. Mr. Chimba Nicholas, thank you. Thank you, sir, for being with us throughout. Councillors, you never let us down. You always came through. I think whenever we called for meetings, you've always been present to support the football agenda. And I say thank you so much for the opportunity to have served as your chairman. God is my witness. I tried to do the best I could. And I'm trying to be as strong as I could. It's emotional. But we shall pull through. In a normal meeting, I should have been sharing the vision that we have for this province. The vision to promote women's football, what we've done for youth development. Our match officials, I think we've seen so many people making it to the FIFA panel, and this is what we want for football. This is what we want to see. Despite our many challenges, you administrators have always supported the game, using your own hard-earned money. And as an executive, we've tried to provide leadership, hoping and praying to God Almighty that we were fair in our deliberations and that we laid the foundation that others will build on. We apologize to any that probably felt disappointed in our leadership, but it was never ill-intended. We always did what we could for the best of football. We are human, we can err, and trust me again when I say we made the best football decisions under each and every circumstances. We had so many people that helped us along the way, those in the disciplinary committee who were doing it for free, pro bono, for free since 2021. We are grateful. We are grateful to all the friends we've made across the country. And we are grateful for this football that we've tried to move to this next high level. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, if we're very honest, we're not where we were before. What we've experienced today is not us. This is not Northern Province that we've tried to build. I pray this is not the Northern Province we'll have the next 4 years or more. We need to be more united. Many have asked, and I've tried to keep quiet whenever I could, as to what happened to me. And I think maybe this is the best opportunity to explain and clear a few questions. Others have asked why I've not fought hard. Others believe I've not fought hard enough. I'm a person that respects the rule of law. I respect friendships. But we're in an environment, ladies and gentlemen, where probably you have more of a vision than the vision carrier himself. The biggest crime I've committed is simply to try and respect the Constitution. I speak with God as my witness. I filed in my nomination papers on the 4th of February. On the 3rd, we had an executive meeting, which was chaired by Mr. Kamanga here. On the 8th of February, on a Saturday, after nominations had closed, on the 7th, I received a letter from the Ethics Committee asking me to exculpate myself over allegations that I had presented an electoral college to Faz upon request from the General Secretary, Mr. Ruben Kamanga. What we did was provide the active teams as at that day. Read the electoral code. The person that decides, or the body that decides who should vote or cannot vote, is the electoral committee. It's not Mwansa Kapianga, it's not Laxon Dak. All we did was provide information. And in the email I sent to Mr. Ruben Kamanga, I stated, please receive attached, and we are available for any further engagement. That was the first allegation. And the only issue in the letter, they stated that I brought in teams like Ilunda, Shimumbo, and Tumpa, the new teams. As per tradition, we bring in teams when they are relegated, and then we do that. That's what we presented. In short, we sent them the league tables as at that day. they said I brought them in. It is up to you to decide whether when a team joins, I pay for you, or I pay for referees, or all we do is just provide a platform for taking football to different places. We have people that have joined the league today. They can speak here and say I'm lying. I paid them to join a league so that when a time like this comes, they'll vote for me. You'll be your own witnesses. The second allegation was that we were not approving officials in the system. When we went to the Faz Connect system, we found that 243 officials had been approved by Faz Northern Province. And just for information, the letter was not, there were not allegations against Mwansa Kapianga. There were allegations against Mwansa Kapianga and the Secretariat. I'm the chairperson. I take responsibility. And I said, remove anyone else involved and deal with me. When we checked the system, we found that 243 officials were approved. And asked me how many were not approved or were rejected. Because we've been communicating, we've been telling people, this is what's pending, let's register, this is what's pending, this is a problem. Those that are sincere and honest will confess and will testify that we try to be available and we try to help teams. So this is what's interesting. 243 were approved, only 7 were rejected. That was 97% approval rate. Ladies and gentlemen, is it true, going by these numbers, that we are not approving or choosing who to approve? Today, the incoming chairperson, Mr. Chikonde Mbalas, I approved his registration. I approved the registration of Mr. David Mbulo myself. They were even questioning to say, no, you as chairman, Mr. Kamanga here is one of them, you as chairman can't have the rights to be approving. But this environment we are in, guys, is not any normal environment where you just leave things and let them operate. I come from a club, that's my background, and this is where I'm going back to. We needed to make sure our league started on time, and you testify whether or not leagues were starting on time. But to achieve that, we needed to make sure that clubs have their players approved on time, cards are ready on time, and everything we could do within the league management system, which was ably managed by this man, who was also very unfairly treated. I exculpated myself to the ethics committee. I wrote a letter. On the 12th, I had a virtual hearing, which I respected and attended. The decision of the ethics committee is, I think, in public domain. They cleared me of all allegations. Time came for announcing of valid nominations. My name wasn't there. And I'll tell you, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised. I was expecting it. So, if I attended an executive committee meeting on the 3rd of February, on the 4th, I filed in my nominations. When I was attending that executive committee meeting, meaning my integrity was not in question, isn't it? Because if it was, I wasn't even going to be in that meeting. I would have been probably suspended or presented with any charge letter or something. But none of those things were there. I appealed and attached the same letter. And actually, the decision by the ethics committee was communicated to me on the 14th of February, when that decision was made immediately after my virtual hearing, according to an email I received from the ethics committee chairperson sent to the general secretary. So at what point did I lose my integrity? I pushed in my appeal. It was rejected. It was dismissed. The reason was that I was not honest, because at the time I was filing in my nomination, I should have stated that I was under investigations or disciplinary issues. Between the 3rd and the 4th, I never received any letter. You know me, ladies and gentlemen. If I received the letter, I would have stated, why would I hide? And worse off, if I was hiding anything, the result of the ethics committee would have shown to say, oh, that's why he was hiding. He was going to be found guilty or with a case to answer. And let me tell you something. This I have not said. The process in which even my investigation was conducted was not normal. According to the ethics code, people will tell you, listen carefully when they speak and watch their demeanor. Listen and watch their demeanor. They'll charm you and mislead you. But the right procedure is, before, in the ethics committee, there are 2 committees. You should first be investigated before they take you for adjudication. I was thrown straight into the lion's den. And God saved me. Today, I've got a letter that says, I don't have any charge. I appealed next level of appeal, arbitration tribunal, which was only communicated yesterday. I respect the decision, and I'll take it as it is. They said they upheld the decision of the Electoral Appeals Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, if I do not have integrity, you would have seen it. I've never gotten anyone's one kwacha. I've never taken not even anyone to court. I've not even taken any football issue to court. I've not done anything unprocedural. Even when they said I couldn't access the system because I'm chairperson. What if I had the energy to help the province? Remember, you should work by the rules. There is no policy that says a chairperson can't have that access. I don't want to bore you with my story, but I think it was necessary that I just clear it out. If in helping teams, I lost my integrity, if in helping the system to achieve football development, I lost my integrity, then we pray for an administration that will be better than ourselves going forward. There are decisions that were made along the way as an executive. That issue was not tabled. I whispered to the president here, Mr. Kamanga. He told me, he's here, he will speak for himself. These are the challenges we've come to undergo. Kasama Stadium is centrally managed. Kasama Stadium is centrally managed. By that I mean we've never even received the one kwacha as Northern Province Exco to work on it. I've been castigated, I've been called names on radio. I avoided to be issuing statements for the respect of the system. And I knew my time will come. It's centrally managed. So how they chose the contractors, I've questioned in these meetings. Even me, I've questioned. Now I hear there are seats that I've kept. I've never kept anything that is with Kasama Stadium. Mr. Nkunika here is my witness, how we've struggled to even just make sure there is order. But when you're in a system which wants to make you look bad or incompetent or make you fail, you have to be able to withstand such pressure. Kasama Stadium, ladies and gentlemen, is in a state that is obviously not good. We tried to have it better using our own input in terms of ideas, but we had no control. We still have no control. Others are even asking why there's been tall grass. I don't keep anything that belongs to the association at home. I've actually tried to put in as much in this Northern Province Association as I could. That's on Kasama Stadium. I felt it was important that people know the extent to which we were involved in some of these things. The constitution today, the first constitution which we have, is an outcome of another constitutional review, which came up by a proposal raised by a member club. I said, I think when we were having interactions, that it's good that people are reading the constitution. It is very good, and we need that for our football. But when you know too much, sometimes I think it also becomes a problem. And that's a problem that I found myself in today. Because we raised issues to say this constitution has issues. Those issues in the constitution, the good thing about the constitution is when you read it, you justify. With love to my brother Donald, I asked him to read something. He cited an article and he read it very well. I just asked, does it say that there should be this order? Because this is how the constitution works. And he said no. The 2023 edition of the constitution was not only shambolic but chaotic. And I can tell you that we brought out these issues in the meeting. If I was appointed as chairperson for Faz Northern Province, I would have been dismissed, ejected, or kicked out of this committee I'm leaving today in August 2022. When in one of the meetings, I clearly stated to say we should only be 13 in here, according to the Constitution, Article 33. Mr. Kamanga here called me childish. He told me that this is not kindergarten. And I took that and moved with it all this time with respect. These are things I've never shared. But what happened is when the team from the Super League, Musa, brought out those issues, people thought probably it's just politics or what. It wasn't. But here is the biggest mistake we probably made for the best interest of football, was when this lady here, Beauty Namwa, in the last year's meeting stood and said, let's table it so that the issue can be addressed. I was then labeled as put as someone who was instigating or whatever it could be. But remember, even those that will be incoming after the elections, we've got a responsibility not to represent ourselves, but to represent the province. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of you for having stood with us. And I want to encourage you to continue supporting football. There's so much happening in our province. Boys and girls are being involved in so many different things. We should not stop supporting football. We should continue supporting football even more. With or without Mwansaka Pyanga as chairperson, let's continue with the same spirit. And here's a caution to those young aspiring administrators. If we continue in this environment, you better keep quiet until the time comes when you want to stand. After your name is cleared, then you start speaking. Otherwise, the current environment we're operating in, if you show any potential, you'll be seen as a threat. If you show any potential, you'll be banned. If you show any potential to challenge or speak your mind or speak for the people, you'll be seen as someone in the opposition. If you're a young person or those with energy hoping to be part of the administration of this game, I wish you luck. I wish you luck, but I also want to encourage you that you should not give up. This is the beginning of Mwansaka Pyanga and many other great things to come. I thank you, and may God bless us all. Ladies and gentlemen, I think at this point I'll hand over the, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'll hand over the microphone to the Vice Chair to just help us through the next agenda item. But also allow me to just recognize the presence of the presidential candidates present today, Mr. Andrew Kamanga, Mr. Keith Mwemba, Mr. Adrian Kashala, and all their agents. I also want to appreciate and acknowledge the presence of the media. I should have done that in my preamble, but hopefully understand where we are. And I'll give an opportunity to each and every presidential aspiring candidate to share their message. At least I'm still chairman, so I can use this platform to give an opportunity to everyone. So I think before anything, I'll start from, in no particular order, I think I'll start from Mr. Kashala there. We'll say a few words, Mr. Keith Mwemba, and then we can end with Mr. Kamanga here. Mr. Kashala, you're welcome, sir. Kindly be brief. It's my meeting.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, football family. It's afternoon now. Sorry, we are still behind. As earlier introduced, my name is Akashara Adrian. Former General Secretary, immediate past, by the way, and aspiring Faz presidential candidate. First of all, I wish to sympathize with Mr. Kapyanga for what he's been going through. But I also want to confirm that many are the times that we've had such kind of challenges at Football House. Besides that, we are here to make sure that we shift the dynamics of our Zambian football. Football is meant to bring all of us together. Football is meant to cause unity. And where I stand, I present to you my manifesto carrying 6 pillars related to football development, and not personality, and not for benefit, for personal benefit. And if I may just run you through under a minute, we are talking about national team, excellency, women football, youth, football development, referees, and coach pathway. And I want to remind you, fellow councillors, that in those old good days, I see very few faces around that interacted with us. And under football development, women football development, I want to assure you that here in Northern Province, we need to have well-skilled coaches. And I'm talking about women coaches that need to be trained. Possibly, if I asked, we may not even have a woman coach who holds a C licensing. My administration will speak to that. We are bringing in free coaching course for all the women from C to A, and for the men from C to B, something that we have denied ourselves in a very long time. We are bringing back the match organizing committee and many other things that brought us together. Today, football has been polarized, divisive, and actually something that has not meant what it was supposed to be. Thank you very much. I'll send my manifesto to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Kashala. Mr. Keith Mwemba, sir, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Where might is right, there is no right. Where might is right, there is no right. I want you to understand that. The greatest asset in life is love. That is the greatest asset. I'm not a pastor, but 1 Corinthians 13 talks about faith, hope, and love. These 3 things shall remain, and the greatest of these is love. I think legitimacy is the cornerstone of power. And in life, it is very important to support the right cause, not because at a particular moment something suits me, then I should support injustice. A good person must be able to support justice at all material times. I think regardless of whether you like somebody's political opinion, skin color, creed or religion, or political opinion, it is always important that we must always do the right thing and support the cause of justice. That is what it means to be a good person in life. Keith Mwemba is not a person who belongs to any camp. Keith Mwemba is the brainchild behind the principle of uniting the football family. That is my brainchild, and I sincerely believe in that. I'm a friend of everybody, including those who abuse us. I'm a friend of everybody. I belong to no camp. I support football. I'm a football person. If I'm sleeping at 01 and ask me about the agenda of Zambian football, I'll just wake up and tell you I don't even need to read my manifesto, because football flows in my veins. I call upon the football family to unite. Someone out there might not want to admit it, but the truth of the matter is that our football environment is very toxic. We don't need that in football. We made a proposal as Musa, because under Article 12C of the Constitution, the Faz Constitution, we have got the right to do so. But the Faz executive decided they have no right whatsoever to do that. Whoever was advising the Faz executive to do that, that was an illegality. It was an unconstitutional conduct. And that the Faz Constitution has got so many inadequacies. The paper on which it is written to govern football. You are the people. I want you to understand one thing, that the respect the councillors of football does not deserve to be part of us, because you are the owners of football. Among the first issues we are going to do in the first 100 days of our being in office is to unite the football family. Introduce and ensure that we bring constitutional reforms. There will not only be an amendment, a total repeal with the help of the councillors. That's what we are going to do. There will be statutory reforms. You will say these statutes. That is not even correct language. That is a supreme document running football. Then you have got the statutes now, that must be consistent with the Constitution. These are the Faz Code of Ethics, the Faz Disciplinary Committee, and the Faz Electoral Code, among others. But having said that, I think I don't need to bore you with so many things. Or I would love to say that I think my manifesto is there. I will provide it, and I think I've already circulated it, simply to tell you that we want to introduce, as I conclude, fiscal discipline. We want leadership that is not going to provide lip service. We know where to find the money. People are scared sometimes to talk about the truth. You cannot run football in this country without the support of government, because 70% or so of our football is funded by government. Red Arrows is run by the Zambia Air Force. Green Buffaloes is run by the Zambia Army. There are many. To conclude, finally, I have said fiscal discipline, the FIFA Forward Development Fund, FIFA funding initiatives, those are things that we need to take care of to ensure that our football is brought to where it is supposed to be. It is a scandal for teams to spend huge sums of money to fulfill fixtures, and then at the end of the day, the champion even gets less than $500,000. It's a scandal to football. We understand football, we eat football, we drink football. So you are in safe hands, and I love you. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew Kamanga, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I'm impressed that I'm being referred to as a presidential candidate. Just for the record, I'm still the president until 29th March. I will not delve into the issues raised by Mr. Kapyanga because we run an institution which is based on the rule of law. Just like football is rule-based, I'll give you a simple example. On the pitch, whoever is given a red card, there is no provision for you to start arguing and negotiating whether the referee made the right call or not. The only thing you do is walk out of the pitch based on the decision of the referee. But how many people refuse to walk out when they are given a red card? But I'm giving you an example. Is that anyway, allow me to speak. You allowed others to speak. No, but I'm giving you a practical example. How many players refuse to leave the pitch when they are given a red card? Oh. Well, let me touch on a few points. As I said, I will not delve too much into what has been said. Every institution has got rules. I'm very impressed that today we are being told that the constitution we have is not useful. And I wonder why, because it's the same constitution which was approved by FIFA in 2017 and remains so, even where, allow me to speak please, even where we want to create an impression that we are going to come up with a super constitution, all we do is follow the same FIFA rules. The constitution we have is approved by FIFA and it was never approved by any individual. So for those who are living in dreamland that we are going to have a new constitution which talks outside the FIFA rules and statutes and regulations, I can only wish them luck. Most importantly, these rules are standardized, and that's why I gave an example of a player who's given a red card. Just like the offside rule. It's a standard rule. Unless we are saying to ourselves that going forward, we are going to have an offside rule which is only applicable in this province and in this country, then we don't know what football we are going to be playing. What I also wish to acknowledge is that, yes, government has been supporting football, but we also have to be alive to the fact that government has limitations in terms of how far they can support our football. In terms of the national teams, yes, government supports the senior men and the senior women. Outside that, all the other national teams are supported by Faz. If we talk about the need to bring more money into football, yes, this is an ongoing reality, and it's a reflection of the economy that we are faced with. If it was that simple to have sponsors coming in, we would have seen them as many as we would have loved to. However, the opportunity is still there. And I want to assure you that going forward, based on the work we've done in the current mandate, we've been able to build on the success from the first mandate, where we are now able to have all the national teams qualifying to the CAF competitions. In 2022, we did it. In 2024, we did the same. And this year, we are going to the under-17, which is starting on the 31st of March in Morocco. And then we will have the under-20 in May. The women's senior will happen in July. The Chan tournament will happen in August. And the main AFCON will happen in December. I must also state here that qualifying to the Africa Cup has its own financial benefits. And those are the benefits that will accrue and be able to support football countrywide. We've been able to decentralize. For the first time, the executive you are seeing here has come out of the work we did, and we made sure that all the 10 provinces are equally represented. And this is why football has been brought to you, and you need to manage it, and also go further and look for sponsors in your provinces. The association can do its part at the top end, but equally, the people you elect should have a responsibility to be able to raise funds to run football in your respective province. I also want to make sure that I end by stating that we have done a few things here and there. We have expanded the participation of the ABSA Cup to include teams from the 10 provinces. We've equally found sponsors for the league leaders of the National Division 1 who are guaranteed 100,000 kwacha for making it to the playoffs. We can only wish those teams that will represent your province in the competition well. I must also state here that it is important that we learn to follow the rules of the game. Nothing is personal, but the rules are what they are. I also want to dismiss the assertions which have been made here. Particularly, there's a mission which has gone out to state that football is run by one person. I wish to draw you to Article 38 of the Faz Constitution, which clearly defines and gives the functions of the Faz president. The Faz president is only but a board member and is not involved in day-to-day operations. Just like the general secretary is expected to run the institution on a day-to-day basis. I had a comment around the stadium. When the decision was made by the executive, the entire process to manage the execution, even the appointment of the contractors, was left with the secretariat. The deputy general secretary here remains our key point of contact with FIFA and is the one who's responsible for all FIFA projects. So just to set the record straight, the president is never involved in any of those projects other than to approve the projects when they are presented in the executive committee, and all decisions made by the executive committee are collective. So to suggest that one person is doing everything, I wish I had that power. Maybe I would have done far much better, because as an individual, I think I can do a lot more on my own without waiting to listen to 13 other colleagues. But as it were, collective decision making, everyone is given a chance in the executive to express their position, and where we have to vote, we always have to. In closing, I just want to highlight one point, and I kept appealing to the chairman, and I don't know why. If you look at the agenda you've approved, just as a housekeeping issue, if you look at the agenda you've approved, after the approval of the agenda, the next item ideally should have been to approve or appoint the scrutineers, because in the case of having a matter that will be voted on, who's going to count the votes? So that is a serious omission. I don't know how you are going to correct it. Another omission was that if you look at your agenda, there's no mention on when the financials will be presented and adopted. Again, I take it that the agenda as approved is what will happen. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers. I think we can proceed with our agenda. We shall not be taken to the past. We will guide as we've always proceeded in all other meetings. So we'll move to agenda item 6.0. As we are all aware, we do not have the guest of honor as she was engaged, and we couldn't proceed without approval of the agenda at that time. So meaning this agenda item has been overtaken by events. 7.0 RS.
Thank you, Chairman. We move to item 7.0, appointment of members to check the minutes. We are going to have movers and Springs of Hope to take us through to check the minutes. Movers, are you there? Springs of Hope? Thank you. You can take us through the minutes.
Okay, sorry, thanks. I think so Springs of Hope and movers will help us with checking the minutes of this meeting. So after the minutes have been prepared by the minute takers, they'll be sent to Springs of Hope and movers Queens, so that you check that they're a true reflection of what was deliberated before Secretariat can send the minutes out to the members. So it's just confirming of those minutes of this meeting. Agenda item 8.0, approval of previous meetings minutes. So these minutes were circulated last year, I think in around April, and were circulated again. These are minutes of the meeting of the 17th of February 2024. Do we have any corrections, or can we have a proposer and a second? Anyone to propose? Any comments? Agenda item 8.0, minutes of last year's meeting. Those that were there can help us with corrections, or we can have a proposer and seconder so we can move. Yes, Mr. Kalim. Okay, we seem to have lost the microphone. You've not stated your club for the purposes of minutes taking. I think that would be important. Or if you can just kindly speak up, sorry, sir.
St. Luke, I'm proposing that the minutes are correct according to what was discussed in the last meeting.
Thank you so much. Can we have a seconder? Anyone to second, or we can start reading page by page? Yes, Mr. Kamon.
I second.
Your club, sir.
Pride Stars.
Thank you so much. Agenda item 9.0, Chairperson's activity report. So in this report, we are going to have a report from the Regional Secretariat Office, and this is where we will have all activities explained and reported, including the financial status of our regional association account and all the activities that have been taken under the year under review. So for the chairperson's report, we'll start with the regional secretary's report, which is in our document. So we can look at it. Our executive for the year, as at 31st March, we had 5 executive members. 2 of them, one of them resigned, Mr. Martin Walia, who was our youth representative. He resigned in December. And we also had a resignation by our regional secretary, Mr. Donald Mwelwa, in October of 2024. No one was co-opted, looking at the timing of the resignations, as we were expecting to have this meeting, which was going to usher in new office bearers. However, a new regional secretary was appointed by this executive, who is Leonard Nkata, on part-time and voluntary basis, hoping that the executive that would have been ushered in will make their own decision. We did have our leagues going on, so I'm just trying to, because we have this information in our booklets. We did have our leagues going on, and for Division 1, 2, we had 18 teams in each of those leagues. Remember, according to our regulations, we can only have a maximum number of 72 teams. So Division 1 and 2 continue to have 18 teams each. Division 3 is zoned, 2 zones, Zone A and Zone B, with 10 teams in each zone, so giving us a total of 20 teams. The Women's League has 16 teams. This was a movement from the initial 12 teams that we had started with as at 2021. We had new teams that joined the league, and Tumpa, Kasama Warriors, and Shimumbo were the new entrants for Division 3 in this current season, 2024-2025. And in the Women's League, we had drop-in Mulambe Superstars, Ilunda Shining Stars, Mwamba Young Stars, Clemson Queens Football Academy. These were the new teams that joined the league. The league champions for last year, Tapankwa, went for the playoffs and made it past the playoffs and are currently playing the National League. For the men's league, we had Malalo Police, who were crowned as champions. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it past the playoffs. Wish them the best for the future. We had teams that were relegated from the respective leagues, as can be seen on page 2 of the regional secretary's report, and those that were promoted, that's on page 2 and 3. We had the Champion of Champions tournament, the first ever. It was an initiative to try and bring the excitement and to make sure that we continue being competitive as a province. So it was the champions of each league. So Division 1 champions, Division 2 champions, Division 3 Zone A and B champions. And I think the fixtures were shared on page 3. Actually, the winner of the first ever Champion of Champions tournament was St. Luke. We continue to generate fixtures at the regional secretariat on a weekly basis, and the template is that we should have all tables released by Monday. But under the circumstances in this current season, we've had a few delays because of the issues to do with load shedding at our regional office. But I think I should give credit to Nkata. He's had to work throughout to make sure that football management continues. The teams listed for this season, I think, are on page 5 and 6. We also have developmental leagues, which we plan to continue in all districts. So Lunte district has a Division 4, which is a developmental league. And we have another league in 2 streams in Chilubi district. So we still have a number of teams, and we're hoping that all districts going forward can have at least this Division 4, as it will help us to manage leagues or to take football development in places that are geographically difficult to reach. At least football must be played. We had a number of disciplinary issues, obviously, that were handled by the disciplinary committee. And like I stated, this is on a pro bono basis. They were doing it for free, and they've really been loyal. The composition is there on page 9 of the referees of the regional secretary's report. Capacity building, well, we had one capacity building course which was conducted in November. And I think most of us attended. The material from the meeting was shared with everyone who provided their email address. If there are any that maybe did not provide that information, can always be shared, the email addresses by the regional secretariat. Let's just get in touch with them. We continue to help with the referees. We did help them to supplement their challenges. Remember, Northern Province is a unique province. Distances are very long distances. And you find that even what we pay the referees might not be enough to take them to a football match. So as a province, we did supplement our referees to avoid certain things that we probably noticed in other provinces, like them going on strike or not turning up for matches. I think this is something we tried to manage, and thank you so much to all our referees through the referees coordinator, Mr. Jonas Piri. We had Jacinta Makasa, one of our referees from the province, who attended a young referees course in Cairo. And this is the kind of capacity building, the kind of exposure we hope for the future of our province. Grants and equipment support. Last year we did receive 5 footballs from the Football Association of Zambia around November, which I think were distributed from this same venue. And those that were absent during that meeting, we did make sure through the secretariat that they received their 5 footballs as received from the association. In terms of grants, I think for all those that had provided their bank account details, we did submit, and I can report that we did not receive any grants from the Football Association of Zambia in the year under review, which is 2024. But we remain hopeful that our clubs that are deserving will receive their 2023-2024 grants and the 2024-2025 grants. Northern Province is one of the few provinces in the country that has a league management system where we are able to track performance and have all these results shared, where we also have a tracking system. It's a lot of work, I think, that our raise desk do to get statistics for all the clean sheets, performances to do with goalkeepers. I think it might look small, but it gives some motivation because everyone wants to be noticed. These are some of the things that also helped us in the award ceremony, which we again held for the 2nd year running. Again, Northern Province, one of the few provinces that managed to hold end of season awards in good time. And we hope that initiative and the efforts were appreciated. If they were good enough, we can always continue to improve on them. If they were not a good idea, I think we hope for the best. Financial stability, Northern Province again, we started at 0, probably negative after we opened our bank account. And as at today, when we'll be handing over or leaving office as this executive which I've been leading, we leave you with at least 264,000 kwacha. We started from 0. We had end of season awards, we had champion of champions, and some of these initiatives. We also help the referees. This is a report which I think will be presented, and the document has been shared, a financial report. A document has been shared, and there's going to be a presentation on that regard. We did plan to have end of season, the provincial tournament, and I think we're still going to manage to have that tournament looking at the monies that we have. However, this is not a dead dream. I think we'll still be available to provide support to make sure that any progressive ideas or initiatives that the incoming executive will feel want to continue, we shall support fully for the development of football. So those are just some brief highlights on what probably could have happened during the year. I'll ask Madam Beauty if it's possible to help us with the presentation of the financials and also maybe the budget. There are some of the things that we budgeted for. They can always be changed depending on the need, but this is just the idea when presenting this, when preparing this document as at that time. So I'll hand over to Madam Beauty Namawa to take us through the financial report. We hope it's at least clear. Those that have copies, we can follow using our copies. Those that might not have the copies, let's try to appreciate what's on the screen. Thank you so much, Madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope we are enjoying the football politics. Thank you. I stand here to present the financial report for 2024 and 2025 budget. So we also have the performance summary. The performance summary, incoming and expenditure. So the balance brought forward from 2023 was 2,509.02. Then 250,902. Then total income was 542,660. Then total expenditure was 538,493. And we have also recorded the surplus of 255,070. So this is the simple structure. It's only trying to talk about the regulatory income and the first grant. Meaning, when we talk about the income, this is where we get the money. So the regulatory income, this is the income that you members pay. Club affiliation, league levy, player registration, and officials. So the EXCO, we only strive on self-sustainability by generating at least 50% of income locally. Just 50, it's too low. So as I was explaining, so on the regulatory income, it was 2,000. expenditure. And the 70% of the proposed expenditure is just only on football, because our common goal is development of football in the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we can go So, the colleagues, you are free to make any reactions. They are welcome. Any clarifications, please feel free. We'll be here to respond. Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Sinkala, and then Mr. Mutesen. Sorry.
Thank you for the chance.
Yes, sir.
I want you to shed more light on referees and assistants. Bear in mind that they get transport refund for funds. That's why that the extension of assistance from the area.
Thank you very much for that question. As we all know, there are some places that even the transport refund that we give to these referees is not enough. There are places whereby there is no public transport there. They have to just hire a vehicle, hire a motorcycle to get to that place. So you find that what they are entitled to get, you find this is just a one-way cost. So as an executive, we sat and resolved that we supplement on the transport of referees. I think we had to engage a referees desk to come up with a budget of all those areas where the transport refund that they get is not sufficient to move the referee to the game and back where they're supposed to be. There are many places actually which are like that. So we felt instead of pushing the cost to the clubs, and as you know, the transport refund is not determined by ourselves here. It's determined at national level. But when you look at some areas, that money is not still sufficient. That's why as an executive, we resolved that we can supplement the referees' transport in such instances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe I can just amplify. Just a correction, Mr. Sinkala. So the referees are paid by manifestos. What they are paid is officiating. But our supplement was not towards officiating, but towards the transport refund. The one we pay when they come to officiate the game. So I'll use an example of the, I don't know if you can help Mr. Lomosa. I think the stand is obstructing, if it's possible. Or if it's in use, then we might not understand the technology. So for example, when we started the women's league, the women should have been paying 80 kwacha, but we started at 60 kwacha, I think. So that difference, a cumulative figure, is the one we were subsidizing. But that time, I think it was just an agreement because we were starting the women's league and we needed to support them. So what we were subsidizing is, for example, someone traveling from, a referee traveling from Kasama to Luwingu. I don't know how much they're paid when they come to officiate, I'm not sure. But you find that someone traveling from Kasama to Luwingu, a referee maybe is paid, how much are they paid, Mr. Munye? 680. So, but for one to come from Kasama to Luwingu, just one, 680 is probably for the 3 days. so they pay 200 for just one way. So you find that when you pay 200 kwacha for one, so if it's coming from Kasama to Luingu, maybe he pays 150 going to Luingu, and coming back pays 150, that's 300. But when he gets on the field that side, at half time before the game starts, he will only be paid a 200. So technically, he's operating on a loss. So this is just an example of the situations we found ourselves in. And other areas where even what we pay for a referee is not sufficient, looking at the distance. And again, it's not easy for teams to afford to pay for referees if you send 3 or even just 1. So that's how come we're coming in to supplement. And that's one of the reasons, Mr. Singala, and others, that's one of the reasons why we did not experience any boycotts from our referees countrywide. Remember, there was that issue of boycotting in other provinces because they wanted an increase on officiating from 80 kwacha to 160 kwacha. And us as a province, we settled for a 20 kwacha, which I think after general resolution members, it was agreed that there should be an increase of a 50 kwacha, so from 80 kwacha to 130 kwacha for one referee. So that's what we were supplementing. I don't know if that's clear, Mr. Sinka. Okay. Yeah, there was a hand from Mr. Besen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Seeing here there was coach development. This is good, and I hope the next executive coach. I'm seeing here there is coach development, which is good. I hope the next executive will continue. I wish just to know how many coaches were helped in this development and from which team, so I think as clubs we can able to tap some knowledge from those that were advanced in terms of this knowledge that they acquired and submit. Okay, thank you so much. So for the coaches that were trained, I think 2 were trained at a cost of 15,000 kwacha each. One is our provincial coach, current provincial coach, Augustine Kawe. And the other is Mr. Brian Mwamba from Balloting Sport, one of our FIFA scouts. So those were the 2 that were trained. Thank you very much. Yeah, welcome. Yes, Mr. Chani.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank you for being able to manage the finances. Even at this point, leaving more than 200,000 questions is not easy. The other one, I heard you talk about you submitting a list of grants with regard to the bank details. Talking about the grants. So I want to find out what is the problem. Because it was sometime in November, we were here. The president, together with the GS, promised us to say we will double the grants in 2 weeks' time. I don't know if we are still waiting for the 2 weeks. Because I understand this is not kindergarten.
Thank you. I think the Office of the General Secretary would give us some answers on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of grants, yes, we have had some challenges to be able to remit those grants because, as you know, it's a chain. The money comes from FIFA to us, and then us we remit. So, generally speaking, when I look at the whole country, we've had serious challenges, maybe not here, but in other places, where to get the money from Faz to your accounts as clubs has been a bit of a problem because of various technicalities. So we did engage FIFA. Unfortunately, FIFA has now agreed in the last 1 week that it is okay now for us to send the money to the province, and the province finds the most practical way of ensuring that you receive the money. The impediment in sending direct was a condition from the source, which we were also affected. We are happy that when the province receives the money, they will agree between themselves and yourselves how that money is going to be dispersed without delays or whatever. In addition to that, FIFA has also agreed to give us money enough for grants for 2 seasons to compensate for the ones that were not given. Thank you.
Mr. Chalter, I hope that's okay. Any comment on financials, colleagues, we proceed? Okay, it's clear. Thank you so much. So maybe we can move to agenda item 10.0. Discussion of proposals submitted by members and the executive committee. Any? Arise.
Thank you, Chairman. The regional office received 4 submissions. The first one is coming from Pride Stars. Ladies. It was written by Mo Kobeka, Pride Stars Ladies President. The club wants to know, number 1, what made regional secretary to resign? Question 1. Question 2, what reason did the regional secretary submit for resignation? Number 3, was the resignation reason justifiable and acceptable in accordance with Faz ethics? That was the submission number 1 by Pride Stars. Reaction?
Thank you, Pride Stars, for your submission. I think what made the regional secretary to resign was clear. I think he did communicate, and he gave personal reasons, and that's a decision we just have to respect. And I think we respected it. That's why we reported. That's as far as we can go on that one. The reasons he submitted, I think his resignation letter was everywhere on social media. He said he wanted to pursue other interests, and yeah, I think that's the thing. On the third issue, was the resignation reason justifiable and acceptable in accordance with the Faz ethics? And also, I think you were asking about a letter which people have been talking about on social media. I think to be fair to myself and even Donald, we respected his resignation. I hoped with something would have just moved past and focused on other issues. You've asked, and I think we've responded as it will be. On the issue of the letter, yes, there was that letter, it's true, everyone talks about it. There was the letter of allegations. In accordance with the Faz ethics, we did not refer the issue to the ethics committee because we felt as an executive that this was a matter we were able to handle administratively. However, if the new executive wishes to pursue the matter further, that would be a decision they would have to come and make. But for us, the letter you're talking about is there, and we handled it administratively. Unless there is more you wanted to know, Mr. Mugo or our Bright Stars ladies. If it's the contents, I don't know if we can be able to share, but the letter is there somewhere, which we can even read out in here if you so wish. But what we avoided to do was to play to the gallery of wanting to share it on social media, because it's an issue that was handled administrative. If others saw it, probably they were lucky to have seen it from their source. I don't know if that's fair enough. Yes, Mr. Mo. Okay. So for the copy of the letter, we can share it, or I can summarize it maybe for your convenience, so that we just bury this issue. Vice Chair, I think, who help us with printing the letter. Yes, Donald, to give you the back. Please, microphone.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I think there should be a distinction between executive roles and administration roles. Number one, I feel injured as a former employee of the Football Association of Zambia to discuss my resignation, which was not part of the executive powers, but that was within the administration. And the resignation was within my democratic right as an employee. We all understand that my role as a regional secretary for Football Association of Zambia, Northern Province, was operational, meaning I was an employee that has the democratic right to do a resignation. It would be, again, unfair for me and undemocratic to start indulging further in the operations while I have left office. Because my understanding is that there could be matters during my line of duty that were deliberated on, and that couldn't be the only later, because in any organization, there are procedures that are followed. I don't think this is a procedure that has to be followed in a constitutional and democratic manner, that we have to start discussing operational matters. I submit. Thank you.
Maybe just to clarify this, there was a question, and I think the chairman has already answered that question. And therefore, I don't even see the need for a comment, because nothing has been, we haven't gone into the letters here, but he has indicated that the matter was handled administratively. And okay, that's a fair enough answer, in my opinion. Thank you so much, Vice Chair.
You can hand over the mic to the person helping us.
The second submission is coming from Springs of Hope, Bokra. Dear sir, request to give regions power to run their electoral process with supervision from Faz Motherboard. With the reference above, we wish to acknowledge the impact of decentralization policy to football development, as it is a great achievement so far, especially that it allows regions to run its affairs independently as they wish. We have, however, noted with concern that despite this brilliant initiative, the regions have not been given power to conduct independent electoral process. We strongly believe that we have all the abilities to run all our football affairs, including elections, starting from nominations up to electing, of course, with the supervision and monitoring from the football motherboard. We therefore request that this matter of importance be tabled or debated for further submission to the Football Association of Zambia motherboard for further consideration. We believe that if regions, associations are given power to conduct electoral process, we shall reduce on the presidential interference and the interest that we most observe, resulting into disadvantaging the will of the people in the association to choose their preferred candidate. We will appreciate if our submission can be subjected to debate to come up with a concrete resolution. Regards, Chebochanda, General Secretary.
Thank you so much. That's a submission, Mr. Chaka, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for your submission, I think it's a valid concern, but remember that elections or managing of the elections is in the Constitution, and maybe what can only be done is because this council can't make that decision, but can make a recommendation to the main AGM, so that when our colleagues go for the main AGM, they can present that we would love elections to be decentralized, the management of elections to be decentralized. Is it?
Sure.
So maybe that's something the incoming executive can take up, and if they discuss, deliberate, they will be able to forward it for discussion. Here we can't debate it because this is a national issue. So the submission through this council to the executive so that they can table it that side. I don't know if that's okay.
Very clear.
Very clear. Thank you. So at least the RS is not yet defunct, so you will still hand over this piece of information. I don't know if there's anything else. So, Mr. Chairman, that's fine with you.
I'm just making an appeal to...
Please, just hold on for the mic.
Thank you so much, Chebochanda, a spring of hope, Vice President. It was signed for the General Secretary. Thank you. My submission, I'm sure, is very clear, and it's just my appeal to the incoming executive to consider presenting that issue as they go for the national AGM. I think we must agree and appreciate the decentralization, but there is need also to decentralize the electoral process so that provincial leaders, provincial regions are able to elect their preferred candidates without the interest of
presidents and so. Because today, it could be Kapianga, tomorrow it would be Mr. Mbala's being affected. So it's very important that we address it, and I'm very much confident that we can't fail to run the electoral process. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that will be handed over. That will be one of the handover notes. Thank you so much, sir, and thanks for your understanding.
We go to the third submission. Third submission came from Movers Queens Academy on 14th March, 2025. The submission reads, Good afternoon, RS. Our question as Movers Queens Academy as follows. Number one, we want to find out why some of the women teams are denied to play on Sundays. Number two, when a team sends a complaint to the committee, how do they receive back their response, whether positive or negative? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I think this is a straightforward matter. Like for women's football, from inception, we sat and agreed as to when we'll be playing these games. And most of the teams were in agreement that we play these games on Saturday mornings. However, depending on the situation that the club is facing, I think we have been flexible and we have been able to move matches from the usual day or dates to any other day. I think what matters here is just engagement with the office of the RS, then we engage your opponents as well. Otherwise, it's something that we've been doing, not only women's football, even under men's football. We have teams which have decided to be playing their own games on Saturdays. But because, or due to one reason or the other, we have been able to move such games to Sundays or even midweek. So what matters is just communication and engaging each other. I think I just thought I also mentioned here, I think from the time I've been in office, the two names that were mentioned of the coaches, Coach Brian and Coach Augustine, those are not the only coaches that we have trained. We have also trained women coaches who have attained CAPC badges, and there is Violet Kasaji from Mungo Spurs Women, and also Mrs. Violet Mwaba from Chitapagwa. So under our reign, at least we can safely say that we've equally trained both female and male coaches. We've supported them under our budgets, and these can gladly say that they actually got their CAPC licenses. Thank you very much.
I think there was a second question. When a team sends a complaint to the committee, how do they receive back their response, whether positive or negative? Okay, so my understanding is that I think it's initial feedback. When you submit the complaint, it's important to get feedback, whether positive or negative. Okay, so I think if there was any time, because we do communicate, I think probably if there was any time at which you did not get feedback, there could have been maybe communication breakdown or how things were probably not well received. I'm not sure, but I want to agree with you that whenever there's any communication must be complete. So whether positive or negative, I think we should be able to provide feedback. Sometimes we might make the assumption that we are aware of an issue. I think as chairman, I'm trying to operate not only an open door policy, but a no door policy where if there's anything, as long as I'm aware, I also try to follow up. So there was any point, sir, that you did not receive feedback as a club, our apologies on behalf of our executive. Otherwise, communication should be complete with feedback. Thank you so much. I don't know if there was any other submission.
We have the last submission coming from Mongwe Spurs Football Club, Mongwe. Dear sir, review of the Northern Province Annual General Meeting agenda. Point 1, refer to the above subject matter and agenda circulated on 28 February 2025. Bullet 2, we wish to request that the agenda you circulated be looked at based on the following reasons. 2.1, the agenda has items 11.0 and 12.0 which are not mandatory, outlined in the regional regulations. Order of items on the agenda has contained in Article 20. The first Constitution in this regard guides on the order of items on the agenda as guided by Article 28, where item P, open brackets, election, close brackets, comes first before item S, admission. We submit that such a constitutional order be followed. 2.1 again, I guess there are 2.1 here, there are two. We have noted with concern item 5.0 on the agenda, which talks about the chairman's address. Our understanding is that there will be no chairman at this point, as the executive will be dissolved. We feel this will favor some candidates, which will result in unfair elections. Bullet 3.0, we therefore demand that the annual general meeting to be held on 21st March 2025 just have one main agenda item, which is election, and other matters be tabled in the extraordinary general meeting. Bullet 4.0, your response and action to our demand will be highly appreciated. Yours, Chikonde Mbalazi, Club President and Provincial Chairman Aspirant, CC Faz General Secretary, Football House. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I think they also agree with me that that question has been dealt with already, has been overtaken by events, and the issue of the chairman chairing this meeting, I think it was, even at national level, it was brought up, and as it is always said, FIFA guided. The chairperson will run these AGMs just like the president will run the AGM on national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think it was important to still acknowledge that we received the submissions and to make the members aware. I also just want to agree that probably the next AGM, maybe we just have one agenda item. Otherwise, my prayer is that in the next AGM, the elective one, the electoral process will be maybe managed a little bit better. What has caused what goes in the morning is just how I think the whole process has been handled. Otherwise, I think Mr. Mbaraz was in order to ask those questions. And like Vice Chair said, they've been overtaken by events. I don't know if it's here. So anyone from Mongwe Hotspots, if they're okay with the response, we can proceed. Thank you so much, sir. So we move to agenda item. Okay, actually there is under executive committee. If there were any proposals, I think there was nothing from our end. We did not make any proposals for discussion at this AGM, but maybe the proposal or the item submitted by Springs of Hope can be considered as it affects a decision at the higher court, which is the main phase. Thank you. So we can move to agenda item 11.0, dismissal of the person or body. RS, I don't know if there is any information.
Thank you, Chair. We don't have any information on this item agenda.
Admission of members, agenda item 12.0. I think also maybe just to clarify one thing, there is already a resolution under agenda item 14.0 that there's going to be that guidance from the Electoral Committee Chairperson when it comes to elections. However, it's at this point that we need to now mention those teams that have been playing the league since August, September of this season, that they be admitted or officially be recognized as members of Faz for the going forward. So I'll ask RS to just maybe read them out. If there are any reservations, you feel a team is not able to, shouldn't admit them, you feel they should not continue being part of the league, you can please state otherwise.
Thank you, Chair. The following members are Division 3 new entrants for 2024-2025 soccer season. Number 1, we have Mtumba United Football Club. Number 2, we have Kasama Warriors Football Club. Number 3, we have Shumumbo Football Club. Those are the 3 new entrants in Division 3. The following are the new entrants in the Provincial Women's League. The first one is Dropping Mulambe Superstars. The second one, Ilunda Shining Stars. The third one, Mwamba Young Stars Girls. The fourth one, Clemson Queens Football Club. The fifth one is Pride Stars Girls. Oh, sorry, just one, Clemson Queens Football Academy. Football Club.
So we've got the names of the new teams. Is there any team that we feel should not be part of this family? If there is any reason, you can raise your hand and give the reason so that the members can decide whether this can officially be recognized as members going forward. Or if there is no objection, we can have a proposal so that we can make progress. Anyone, those agreeing that they can continue, or if those who have any reservations. Yes, Mr. Karima.
Chair, I propose that the mentioned teams should be incorporated in our family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Can you help us with the mic at the back, madam?
Thank you so much, Chair. I second for the admission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. So hopefully we will make progress going forward. Agenda item 13.0. Is there any further items proposed by the members of
by the members or executive committee of regional association. And like I said earlier, as an executive, we've not made any proposals for discussion during this meeting. And I think at this point, this is where we might need to hand over certain procedures as DTS to those handling elections, because we're moving to agenda item 14.0. I think my appeal as we get to this agenda item is, I think let's just try to be good for people. Let us deliberate. The chairman will come. Let us show him and give him the respect. When we say respect, we're not saying don't ask questions, but ask questions in an orderly manner. And I'm sure he'll be more than able to respond. All those aspiring candidates, I wish you all the best. To those that will make it and to those that will not make it, we'll continue supporting the football agenda together. And like I said earlier on, we are food for people, we'll continue remaining food for people. So as we decide, as we get to this item and items that will come after, I pray, colleagues and us, that there is peace and respect. We should not be pointing fingers at each other. It's not right. It will be heated. Chances are high it will be heated, but we need to think football before anything else. Before I hand over to the Deputy General Secretary, I also want to state here, okay, before maybe I proceed, there's a hand, I'll allow you, Mr. Mon.
I hope I will be audible enough. I don't know whether
No, there's a microphone coming.
I don't know whether we have handled the 13.0 adequately. Are we saying we are not accepting any proposal in this meeting according to item 13.0?
Okay, so here, if the agenda item that were any items proposed by members or the executive committee. So if you look at the agenda item where we had proposals, agenda item 10 and agenda item, I think 13, that's where we're trying to come from, unless you've got a different view, Mr. Mono, feel free.
Yeah, I thought this is an opportunity for us who didn't add anything that time. Maybe you can add, maybe you can guide on them.
Oh, okay, I get it. No, unfortunately not.
Okay.
Because the guidance is that those submissions must be in writing. Okay. Yeah. However, again, not wanting to open any Pandora's box, if there's anything that might need clarification before we officially leave, I think it would be important to ask if it's something directly affecting our executive, which I need.
It's difficult to say, but you're saying clarification means that maybe something has already been deliberated on and we just didn't clarity. But I had just something different from what is in here. So if I'm not allowed, then it's well and good.
Sure, so we all the love, unfortunately, because we'll then open the floor to everyone. So,
I hear you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Man. So as I was saying, colleagues, probably the last time I'm speaking in front of this family, as I hand over the remaining agenda items to the Secretariat and the Electoral Committee, I want to put it on record that even in future, after 4 years, I will not recontest for Northern Province. This was my first term, and God allowed that it will be my last term. All the best to all of us. Let's continue being united, and let's continue pushing and putting football ahead of anything else. During our term, on behalf of my executive, but we stepped on anyone's toes, find it in your hearts to forgive
and we will also likewise pray for those who injure us, and we shall forgive the persecutors. We are one Zambia, one nation, and I'm a believer myself with all my witnesses. I'm a sinner, but I try not to fall short of the glory of God. All the best to this beautiful family. My name is Mwansaka Pianga, to our ones.
It's not this. There is me.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to call in the chairperson and his team right now. Just give me 2 minutes.
Thank you, DGS. As the DGS is going to call the chairperson for elections, the moment is here, ladies and gentlemen. The moment you've been waiting for, to hear from the horse's mouth. The chairperson is here. Let's go back, everyone who has gone out, so that we enjoy this process together. Thank you. Allow me to inform the House that logistics are ready. As per the tradition, the transport refund. You can get the transport refund. I know my older brother, Mr. Piri, there is very eager on the transport refund. So we're going to get the transport refund after the meeting. Let's just wait for the next step. Lunch as well is there after the meeting, so that as we vote, we know where we are going next. Thank you.
the Electoral Committee. And once I do that, I will ask him to call the executive and dissolve it. After that, I will introduce the team members and hand over to him, then we begin the process. And this, of course, includes the interaction that you intended to have with the chair, in case you have any questions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to introduce the chair of the Electoral Committee, Mr. Ronald Atom. Chair, may I greet you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At this point in time, I'll call the outgoing EXCO for the province to come forward. Outgoing provincial EXCO.
Thank you. Those that have submitted the nominations, they submitted late. And in that order, we are told to say the vice chairperson position is not going to be elected today. So before you dissolve the committee, you want to know the position. Are we going to dissolve even the vice chair, the current vice chair? Since we are waiting for, maybe you can give us the clarification. We are told that as you come, you are going to give us the details why those that filed among nominations we are not communicated to. And the other thing, you knew to say the time for new nominations which you actually asked for, the time, you knew the time, but today we are going to say the time frame was small, such that the committee couldn't sit and check on those that actually filed the nominations. So I want to know the position of the vice chair. I submit, sir.
Thank you very much. The question you are asking is not peculiar to this province alone. You may wish to know that we've been to 5 provinces so far, and there are positions that were not contested for the same reasons. I think in our own sagacious judgment, we found it prudent and fair that those elections be held after the AGM because it became impractical and untenable to attend to those nominations. People who were still going to be aggrieved would have needed to appeal, and at that time elections had already commenced, and when elections commence we cannot look at fresh nominations, and so we made that ruling. And that position, like any other places and other positions that have not been contested, will not be contested. Your second question is whether we are dissolving the vice chairperson. We are dissolving the entire provincial executive committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before.
Next.
Let me just say the last item that I may wish you to clarify on. Thank you very much. And what we don't want is to see someone going to injustice. If you are going to delay, we don't want to hear someone has been imposed. We don't want to see that. Please, let's do something that is going to give us a good rigors. We are human, and we need to do a fairness to each and everyone. We don't want anyone to be imposed. We don't want that. Do justice.
Thank you so much. Welcome, sir, to Northern Province. You have talked about other places, but this is Northern Province. We believe in the electoral process to be fair. So I want you to tell us the constitutional mandate you're using to impose by-elections. Is it constitutional where your children were ready to learn? And besides that, I feel you have designed this process. So you can also give us a time to design our process.
Thank you so much, Chair. I would like to also personally welcome you to Northern Province. We are waiting for you. Thank you. My question is, don't you think your committee has killed football in Zambia, looking at the way you have handled the electoral process? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for answer those two. About imposing or not imposing a person, I think that is peculiar to the knowledge of the person who has that question. Our job is not to impose anyone. Our job is to carry out the elections. But before the elections are carried out, there are structures within Faz that receive nominations. The first is the organ that receives the nominations is the Governance and Review Committee. They will carry out their work, they will do the integrity test, and they will bring the papers to us. We also use the criteria that we have to vet and let people qualify or not qualify. Those who are free are at liberty to go to the Appeals Committee, and when the Appeals Committee makes its decision, we don't have a hand in interfering, we implement. That's all that we do. If you are not happy with the Appeals Committee, you have other avenues of recourse until such a time when you think you have gotten what you want, or they've told you in your face what you want is not tenable. So we don't impose anybody. Yes, so things have happened in other provinces. Yes, they have happened in other provinces. And for us, it's because the law is blind. We are not going to treat Northern Province differently from any other province. Our decisions are made from an informed point of view. Yes, by-elections will be held. Once nomination is closed, we are not going to open fresh nominations. We cannot be accepting nominations when elections are going on. So we are on terra firma insofar as that decision is concerned, and we are not reversing it. Thank you. The Constitution provides for positions that are not filled to be filled. So how else will they not be filled if there are no fresh elections held? So we shall call for fresh nominations beyond these elections. People will file and those positions will be filled. Then, what was your question, sir? You said, don't you think we've killed football?
That is my question.
Yeah.
Though the responses that you are giving us, they're not up to the standard side.
So we cannot respond to that. Our mandate is very clear. So if it is your opinion that we have killed football, we will respect it. But we will carry out our mandate in accordance with the Faz and FIFA statutes. And we are not going to be swayed. Thank you.
With due respect, which constitutional provision is backing you for that by-election, and for how long can we wait for you to respond or for the council to respond to our applications? For how long can we wait? And tell us Where is the law backing you to those by-election levels?
You are supposed to learn to construe the law generously and wholesomely. So not every sentence you only open up nominations at another point when it's tenable and legally sound. So you don't just read things and you think nominations are closed. Even in campaigns, they have a starting point and an end point. This roadmap for elections, there's a starting point and an end point. So where will it end if we're going to be opening up?
Council, don't you think that your constitution has been now on those sections? Because we're waiting, there's no provision for by-election. You opened up those nominations and you closed the poll. So we are hoping that by this time, by this date, you would have announced the qualified candidate for that position. Yes.
Unfortunately, we are not going to do that. Our committee will deal with the nominations that were validly considered and the appeals that were validly considered. And will proceed in that way. So we haven't come here for a back and forth, and if you're not ready for elections, simply tell us. Simply tell us. If you're not ready for elections, simply tell us, and you have excluded yourselves from the AGM. That's what I mean.
Chair. Thank you so much, Chair. I think if you say that here in the province we are not ready for the election, you are misleading yourself. It's you people who are not ready for this election. From the way you go, or from the look of things, you planned all this long time ago. And here you have just come to fulfill what you can't fulfill. Let's be factual here. We are no longer children here. We are adults. You can't play here, you beat here, you do what and what. No. Just tell us. The Constitution does not allow by-election. First Constitution. We do it. Don't make us as if we can't understand this. When we read, you understand. Then here you want to force us to do what we can not do. No. If you say there will be no chairman, vice chairman election, then even the list, there will be no election. There will be election when you will be ready for the vice chairman. And for the chairperson and the chairperson. When you do that, please, the province will be ready for that. We don't care whether for the national AGM or whatsoever, that doesn't matter for now. What matters is the justice for the province. Don't put injustice.
Yeah. So the term that you are using by election, I don't know where you even borrowed it from. We told you that you will go for fresh nominations Opposition shall not contest after the election. So, for avoidance of any doubt, we are not employees of Faz ourselves. We are external people to the Faz. We are external people to the Faz. Our job is to carry out that mandate that we have on the party basis, and that's what we are starting.
Thank you very much, Council. Thank you very much, Council. I'm Tenure from Tenure. Those that are not ready for election, you can still walk out. So that the election... If you are not ready, you can't get us to election. If you are not ready for election, you can walk out. So that election can go. Why are you scared? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Am I protected?
Yes, you are protected. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Investigation.
We are dismayed to note that the aggrieved are actually coming from the other side. We are ready for the election. And the precedent has been set from elsewhere. If there is a vacance, somebody dies, it is constitutional to do fresh nominations. And while they have actually provided for an extension, an example, why? It's because the electoral process allows other provisions to take place. Number one, if somebody is disqualified, an example is me and others. If you are disqualified, there is a process that will allow me to appeal. So they want to give time to the position of vice chair to also enjoy the process of appealing in case they don't meet the required standards. So to force matters, I don't think we are here also to waste time for everybody. The other side, we are ready for this election. And we must be ready for elections. We've been guided. It's constitutional. It is actually common knowledge. So we are not here. We know where this is coming from. It is coming from the other side. You agree? You know? After the matter is, we are ready for elections. We are ready for elections. And we shall proceed. Those who are not ready, don't vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To vote or not to vote is a legitimate right. Yes. So you can have the right to vote, you can have a card to vote. If you don't want to vote, that's your choice. I'm going to make a very, very serious ruling now. We are not going to be dissuaded. My job now is to exercise my responsibility under the first constitution. At this point, it's my singular honor and privilege to dissolve the committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? May I kindly have your attention? May I have your attention? We'll take that in a moment. The chair will deal with that. Just give me a bit of time. At this point, it's my duty to introduce the people that are sitting here in front so that you know who is in front. Next to the chair is Mr. Ali Chakawa. He's a member of the Electoral Committee and coming from the Electoral Commission of Zambia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Next to him is Mr. Evaristo Msonda, equally a member of the committee and coming from the Electoral Commission of Zambia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Then we have two gentlemen at the end who are not members of the committee but are here to support the work of the committee in delivering their mandate. I have Matindo Nyambe from the Secretariat of the Football Association of Zambia.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And finally, I have Cuthbert Jerry, also known as Tua, coming from the Football Association of Zambia Secretary.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Having done the introduction, ladies and gentlemen, I will now hand over to the chairman. Proceed. Chair.
Thank you. At this point, I'll ask my team to set up the polling booths as well as the polling boxes, and then I'll explain how we shall proceed once they've set up. I am not taking any more questions on the issue of elections. I think I've made a ruling and it's fine. Thank you.
I want to use the front row for election agents. Okay.
To the electorate to persuade them why they should give them a vote to be part of the EXCO for the province. I'll also be asking each candidate to nominate a polling agent who will work with the team here in order to ensure that we deliver a credible, transparent, free and fair election. And that's what we want to do. Our motto has been, let the best men and women win, wherever we've been. And we stand by that. We did that in 2020. We are going to do just that here. So when we are going to vote by club, and whoever has been nominated to vote on behalf of a club, the club will be called and the voter will come through this side. We've got the connect system there. You'll be authenticated by the IT personnel. Then you'll be given 3 ballot boxes. Three ballot papers, and those ballot papers must be duly stamped at the back with an ECZ stamp, so that we ensure that we don't have invalid ballots. If you vote with a ballot which is not stamped, that ballot will be invalidated because then it's not been authenticated. And then the agents, I think if you are ready, as soon as we finish with the agents, you come forward. We have 3 positions, that of committee member, youth representative, 1 representative opposed and has already been duly elected. The vice chair, like we said, that is an issue for another day. Yeah, so at this point in time, may I invite the contestants to come forward, please, for the 3 positions. You stand in the order of hierarchy. Woman here, representative, youth here, committee member here. Committee member? Youth? Yeah, youth in the middle. Youth? So all those that are standing, please come forward. What? If we are able to avail her that opportunity. Yeah, she's which position? Who else? Representative, committee member? Who's standing for committee member? Okay. Committee. So you committee in the middle. Where are the 2 other gentlemen? Can we please come through so that we get the process going? Committee, who's not here? Yours what? Into introductions. These ballot papers are arranged in alphabetical order, so we'll start with the position of committee member. To the delegates is Ms. Charity Chileshe.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. My name
you have
is
2 minutes,
Chileshe Charity.
maximum, huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Chileshe Charity from Malole Sismazers Football Club. I'm the General Secretary. Since 2019, I've been in football, and with you that I am confident that I shall make a meaningful contribution to the development of beautiful football in Northern Province, whereas contributing to the development of women's football, talent identification, and also community outreach, because I believe football is there to unite us. Thank you very much.
Is Mr. Nicholas Chishimba. Next candidate is Mr. Nicholas Chishimba for the position of committee. If he's not there, we go to Mr. Mbulo Chishimba D.
Good afternoon, fellow councillors. Today is a wonderful day in Northern Province because we'll get to promote football that has been missing in a long time. My name is David Mbulo. I'm coming from Luansase Football Club in Luingu. I'm not a stranger to football. I'm standing on 3 key points. The first one is that I have experience. I worked with you as your regional registrar when we first set up Faz, Secretariat in Northern Province. I think most of you we've interacted. Yes? Secondly, I have a vision. Where I'm coming from, I am going to bring on board serious stakeholder engagement. Serious stakeholder engagement. That will promote simple. I'm also standing on passion. I have passion for football. The club that I'm coming from is a club that we've supported as a community. Some of us have gone through it as individuals. The experience that I'm bringing on board can help the Chico-led EXCO to take football higher, even higher than it has been taken.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mbulo.
you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mbulo. We move to the youth representative. A candidate here is Mr. Kamona Patrick.
My name is Patrick Dixon Kamona. I'm here standing as a candidate and youth representative. 4 key areas. Talent identification. How? In each and every district, we are supposed to introduce youth regs. In each and every district, we have selectors. 3 selectors per district. 5 independent selectors at provincial level. Under talent identification. Development. We'll make sure there is support for material support and capacity building for coaches. The other area is talent exposure. How? We'll be able to select teams which we already have, that is under 15, under 14. We'll be able to play inter-provinces with other provinces. In that way, we'll be able to expose our talent from this province. Then the other thing is we have got players that are aging from 20 to 30. We'll make a select team where we can be able to play friendlies with these other teams so that we can also expose that talent. To those that are aging, those that are youth that are aging, we will education for courses or course education for them. We have got people that have played football for Northern for a long time, but they are aging now. How do we empower them? we'll make sure that we give them free Faz E. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Mwewa Donald.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Donald Mwelwa. I'm coming from Teta Football Club, and I'm also a co-founder and executive member of Chitapankwa Youth Academy, a team participating in the Zambia Premier Leagues. Why do you need to vote for me as your youth representative? I come here with vast knowledge and experience because I was your regional secretary and understand most of the challenges that the youth leagues are facing. To start with, up to now, we only have one youth league in the whole province, and that youth league is only based in Kasama Eben. Can't we put more leagues in these districts, other districts away from Kasama? Because there is always youth football in these other districts. What we only need is to coordinate the
an age group. Thank you. We are going to have this, and we are going to be having tournaments, provincial tournaments, to compete. Age group teams coming from districts to participate at a province. Thank you so much.
The next candidate on the position of youth representative is Mr. Pakamisha Derek. Withdrawn? Yes. Thank you. So we move to women representative. I'm informed that one of the candidates is unwell, but they are going to connect using technology to make a manifesto. Has that been done? What's her name? Yeah, in fact, she's supposed to be the first one to please. You are supposed to be addressing the delegates, so I don't know how they are going. To address the delegates. Okay, you may wish to start afresh, and I'll be speaking after you. She says, my name is Naomi Mwanza, standing for the position of women representative. She says she's a strong and dedicated, passionate lady.
I've helped a lot of things in the district, so I thought of doing it. I'm of Mental Health Stars, the founder of the Spear Girls, and I've been sponsoring 6 girls in school. And I've been helping all the education and education in the district and Kasama district. So I thought of doing it at the province. Then my desire and message to contest as women representing the Northern Province Faz is noted in 4 points. In ethnic fair welfare for women athletics that is focusing on improving contract health care and ensuring responsibilities to protect their rights. Youth development programs and supporting for women in management.
You have 30 seconds to wind up. 30 seconds.
The 4th one is support for women in management, that is introducing mentorship and training programs under Faz. Leadership roles in football, administration, and coaching. I believe that is the empowering is confederation. So if you generate 2 or 3 more players in the national blocklands, then the fellow women will be able to get inspired from them.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Last but not least, for the position of women representative is Miss Beauty Namwawa. Please address the delegates.
Good afternoon once more. My names are Beauty Namwawa, aspiring candidate on the position of for Northern Province. I would like to say, for everyone who has to put trust in me, you councillors, I stand to lead Northern Province on the position of women representative. I believe I've been working with hardship, challenges, but together we are pulling through. Committed, and I had passion, and I will continue having the passion for this mandate once again. I'll continue exploring and engaging team as I've always been doing. People to the national team
should be winding up.
And
10 seconds.
we'll continue working on the capacity building for women's. Together, we'll achieve Northern Province because it is the beauty of the game. I say thank you and seek for your vote once more.
Thank you, thank you. You may take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. The agents, please ask your agents to take those seats in front. And the head tally, Mr. Chakawa, please. At this point in time, I'll call upon the provincial registrar to come and authenticate this register for voters. The registrar. Come round. This is your register that you sent to us. No, you don't need to sign. So I'll be asking questions, Mr. Registrar. Is it your list that you sent to us for all the registered voters?
I think there's a point of what?
No. Can the agents be allowed to come and witness the votes, please? Oh, Mr. Registrar, is this your list? Can you confirm to the delegates that this is your authentic list?
We sent. Yeah.
Do you undertake that all these teams are existing in the Connect system and the vote people to vote on? Why? So exist. So which teams are relegated and don't exist? Can you tick them off? Quickly. The candidates, can you please send your polling agents in front? I'm only seeing 5. So if you trust that these will be able to do the job on your behalf, well and good. We'll proceed as such. Only one. And on the main, everything is okay.
Yeah, there's no problem.
Kasama Sidrin.
Kasama C3.
Sidrin.
Yeah.
Masamba Prize. Yang Ituna.
Okay. So in Division 2, Kasama Seedling does not qualify to vote according to the registrar. In Division 3, we have 2 teams, Masamba Hope Rise and Young Ituna. On the Women's Division 1, it's Shimba Falls Queens. Yeah. For the rest of you, we have a saying in legal jargon. There's a Latin maxim called res ipsa loquito. Res ipsa loquito. The thing speaks for itself. So, since we have a connect system, you speak for yourselves using the what? The connect system. Thank you very much. For the agents? In Division 2, we have Kasama Seedlings. In Division 3, we have Masamba Hope Rise and Ituna, Young Ituna. Number 11 is Masamba Hope Rise. Number 19 is Young Ituna. Then on women, we have number 2 there, Shimba Falls Queens. That's all. So we'll start with Division 1, and the first team to vote will be Ituna. Please come through and vote. Okay. No, they can come as you address the agents. The second team will be Jazzy Liners Academy, followed by Kasama Rising Stars and Kasama United Youth Academy. Make sure your ballot papers are stamped at the back. The voters, please take note. Voting is by marking an X against the candidate of your choice. Please put an X. There's an instruction there, not a tick, but an X. And then try as much as possible to put the ballots in the correct boxes, because the boxes are marked accordingly. Thank you. The next Kasama United Youth Academy will be Kateshi Coffee Bullets, followed by Luansase, followed by Malalo Police, and Mbalamid Sport Academy.
I was caught in the end of Kasama. Which team? Kasama Rising Stars.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, there is someone who forgot their button here for a blazer. So if you are missing a button on your blazer, please, you can come and collect it. The next team after Mbalamid Sport Academy is Milima Pirates. Milima Pirates will be followed by Mpande Youth Academy, followed by Mpaji Youth Sports, and Mporokoso United. I hope people who have been called are coming forward to vote, because once we close, that will be the end. The next is Mungwi, Hotspurs, Ndeke, and Senga Youth Stars. Super Strikers, Tazara Blue Stars, and Teta. Teta was the last in Division 1. I'll now move to Women's Division 1. The first to vote is Chishimba Falls Queens. Chimba Falls Queens. Eh? Who? I can't hear. I don't have St. Luke on my list. Thank you. So Chimba Falls Queens is not eligible to vote. Yeah, they've been relegated. They're out. So we'll start with Chitampankwa Youth Academy will be followed by Hope Queens. Kasama United Ladies. Kateshi Queens, followed by Malole Systemizers Queens, and Mest United Queens. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. We just want to get your clarity on Chitapankwa. Is Chitapankwa eligible to vote in this election? Thank you, Chair.
According to the registrar, I called the registrar here, and from the ladies' teams, the only team he marked that is not eligible is Chishimba Falls Queens. So, I mean, I have no reason to doubt the information that have been given to me by the registrar, unless someone can rebut it to my satisfaction. Thank you. Mr. Registrar, that is upon you. Why did you allow Chitapankwa Youth Academy to vote?
I was guided that a team which was ratified at the last AGM, they qualified to vote.
Are they active?
Yes, they are very active.
My ruling is that they will vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Movers Queens. Movers Queens. Mungwi Hotspurs Girls Youth Club. Muntali Queens. Spear Girls. And Young Moosport Academy Queens. Young Moosport Academy Queens. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now move to Division 2 men. The first club will be Chandamali. Please proceed to vote. Followed by Chilombo United. Kasama 1, Roma. And Kenny Modern Stars. Kenny Modern Stars. Kenny Modern Stars will be followed by Kungu, then Lute Stars, Misamfu Agro, and Mporokoso Flying Eagles. Lute Sports, Misamfu, and Mporokoso Flying Eagles. Muchona Youth Academy, Mungu Young Tigers, Muntali, and Mwamba Young Stars. Muchona Youth Academy, Mungu Young Tigers, Muntali, and Mwamba Young Stars. Ngoli, please proceed to vote. Pride Stars, Simio Mwanakonde Sports Academy, Aka Miracle Fisheries, and St. Luke. Ngoli, Nkole Mfumu Dynamos, Pride Stars, Simio Mwanakonde Sports Academy, Miracle Fisheries, and St. Luke.
mets-moi au mieux. Chavi, avec quoi?
Chair iko ni Mathias ngata iko na charge ya ordinary.
Colleagues, let's get in. We are almost there. Get in. You are all invited to get in, please. Counting is done. Please, let's get inside. Officer. Officer. Please let us get in. Results are here. Mr. Muntari. Mr. Muntari, get inside. Results are here. We don't want you to go and lie at home. Awe. Thank you so much. Let us hurry. Results are ready. Waiting for attention. Results are ready, sir.
We'll give it a minute or two, and if people are not in, we'll proceed to announce the results. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for is now here. We'll proceed to announce the results of the election that has just been concluded. We'll start with the position of committee member. Declaration of the result of the poll for committee member. I, Ronald Hatongo, being the returning officer for the Food Bastion of Zambia election, do hereby declare that, in accordance with the Food Bastion of Zambia Constitution, ascertained the result of the poll in the said election, and that they've been given to 1. Chimba Nicholas, 0. Chileshe Charity, 27. Mbulo Chimba, 32. And I therefore declare the said Mbulo Chimba to be this day duly elected as committee member for the Northern Province. I further declare that a total of new ballots have been rejected by me as invalid, and that a total of 59 votes were cast. Signed by myself. The second position is that of youth representative. Declaration of the poll for youth representative. I, Ronald Hatongo, being the returning officer of the Food Bastion of Zambia election, do hereby declare that in accordance with the Food Bastion of Zambia Constitution, ascertain the result of the poll in the said election, and that they have been given to 1. Mpakamisha Derek, new. Kamona Patrick, 28. Mwenda Donald, 31. And I therefore declare the said Mwenda Donald to be this day duly elected as youth representative for Northern Province. I further declare that a total of new ballot papers have been rejected by me as invalid, and that a total of 59 votes were cast. Signed by myself. Next position is the declaration of the result of the poll, women representative. I, Ronald Hatongo, being the returning officer of the Food Bastion of Zambia election, do hereby declare that in accordance with the Food Bastion of Zambia Constitution, ascertain the result of the poll in the said election, and that they have been given to 1. Mwanza Naomi, 24. Namwana Beauty, 35. And I therefore declare the said Namwani Beauty to be this day duly elected as woman representative for Northern Province. I further declare that a total of new ballot papers have been rejected by me as invalid, and that a total of 59 votes were cast. Signed by myself. The fourth is a position which was unopposed, the declaration of an opposed election. I, Ronald Hatongo, being the returning officer of the Food Bastion of Zambia election, and in accordance with the first statutes and constitution, I duly accepted the nomination of Mr. Chikonde Joseph Mbalazi as the only valid nomination submitted before me. By virtue of the powers vested in me
by virtue of the powers vested in me by the statutes herein before stated, I now declare the said Joseph Mbalazi as being duly elected chairman for Northern Province with immediate effect, and that no poll shall be taken. Signed by myself. Thank you very much. I now call upon the newly elected EXCO to come forward. I am now calling upon the new executive committee to come forward. So, chairman on my left, woman representative next, youth and committee member this side. No, chair that side. Chair on my left. Women. Committee. Who is the committee member? Yeah, here, this side. Youth. So move a bit this way. Come this way, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your team. Like we said, let the best men and women win. So this is your choice. I'll ask the newly elected committee in under a minute to say a few words to the delegates. Thank you. Starting with the committee member.
Thank you so very much to all of you councillors. I'm indebted to all of you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your belief. I can assure you that where I stand, there are no more football camps from today. We are one province, we are one team, and I will ensure that unity prevails in Northern Province. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, thank you. Next is youth. Next is youth.
Thank you so much, dear councillors. I'm grateful for the gesture that you have shown to me. And just like my colleague indicated, football development lies when there is unity. So there are no more camps, and we are open for ideas for development. I wish to thank Mr. Kamona, my fellow contestant, for giving me a good run. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. The woman representative, please address the delegates, ma'am.
I'm very privileged to be given this second chance and the mandate of leading Northern Province for 4 good years. For all the councillors who believed in me, I would say thank you very much. I'll always remain loyal to you, and I'll always remain committed, dedicated, and passionate in the name of football. I'll always continue operating on the transparency, integrity, and accountability. And I'll always remain operating on an open door policy 24/7. I've never failed to pick any person's call, no matter what time. Continue, and I'll always be picking your calls and attend to football affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the chair now, please make sure that you are audible.
Hello.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. I return thanks to Jehovah God, my God. I dedicate this victory to the late Aidan Mlenga, who was my campaign manager last time we contested. May his beautiful soul rest in peace. 10 years ago, we were not where we are today. The more reason I want to thank Mwansa Kapyanga and group for bringing us where we are today. Big up Mwansa wherever you are. Regardless of the situation, my brother, we are brothers for life. Your vast experience will make us achieve. You are not a failure, Mwanza. These were just politics. Please, come and lead us to the promised land. Thank you, Mwanza. Like my colleagues have said, ladies and gentlemen, the camps are no more. It's time to take our football from where Mwanza left it. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Chair. Congratulations to you. Congratulations, Ma'am. Congratulations, congratulations. Now, what remains for me is simply to thank all of you who participated, the voters, the delegates, and everybody who had their views. At the end of the day, we have to move on and make progress. We are done with the elections, and we are saying bye-bye. Thank you.